Chapter 923. She could only put on an expression as if there was a lot involved and she couldn't say too much. Ms. Styx didn't care whether there was an inside story or not. When she knew that this was the underworld, all the living had to come here, and the boss she was half forced to recognize was the master of the underworld, her joy instantly overwhelmed her fear. In other words, as long as she didn't court death, her future would be very secure. She wasn't immortal. She had a lifespan of tens or hundreds of years. When her lifespan came to an end, it would be useless even if the underworld opened a back door. She, Ms. Styx, was a long-lived species. In theory, she could live for hundreds of millions of years. In order to live longer, she bowed her head. This time, she bowed willingly and swore to never betray the underworld. Thea didn't take these vows seriously. After that, she asked her to continue to communicate with the two-dimensional world. She must create something out of nothing and create a life. Your Majesty. There seems to be a reaction. In order to prove her worth, Ms. Styx really used all her strength. Her 4 eyes allowed her spiritual power to cross the boundaries of time and space. Relying on her powerful earth ability, she forcefully squeezed out a small gap in the world that was as stiff as stone. Lead my spiritual power in. Before, the two-dimensional world was a pool of stagnant water. Thea's spiritual power was 100 times stronger than before. Now, relying on Ms. Styx's ability, she finally opened a gap. As the vanguard and part-time guide, Ms. Styx spent a lot of effort to lead Thea into the two-dimensional world. It was crowded and narrow. Even if it was just a trace of Thea's spiritual power, it was like a living person running into concrete. She couldn't turn over, raise her head, or lower her head. She couldn't do anything. The world was rejecting her as an outsider. This feeling was like passing through a group of whale bones. Even breathing became an extremely difficult thing. However, Thea was very happy. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as she could get in, she had a way. Very good, Ms. Styx. Thank you very much for your help. This talisman can resurrect the holder. I will ask Guangdong to send you back. Thea called Ms. Styx's old friend, Guangdong, and gave her a talisman. This talisman was not a teleportation talisman, but a resurrection mark. When Lady Styx and Guangdong met, both of them felt a little awkward. More than a month ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now, they were reunited in the underworld. Fate was really strange. The ascension of the two-dimensional world was very important to Thea. She threw it into the untainted land, which was the foundation of her Taoism. The effect was similar to the 24 Dinghai pearls of Taoist Randang. It had to be her own imprint from inside to outside. How could she allow outsiders to touch it? She did not care even if she was said to be getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Seeing that Guangdong had sent Styx away, she then turned her attention back to the two-dimensional world. If the world will in the real world was like a titan, then the world will on Earth too was like a baby at most. In the two-dimensional world, the world will was not even a single cell. Even though her divine might had been weakened thousands of times, it took her less than 10 minutes to subdue the will of the two-dimensional world. The reason why this thing could resist for so long was related to Rao's death. However, Rao was dead in the end. The remnants of his chaotic will were no match for her. He quickly made a miniature person and put on a white lamp to try to bestow life to it. As expected, the miniature person couldn't withstand the white light at all and exploded into pieces. The first experiment was a failure. Milady was not discouraged. The human structure was too complicated. She would start with a single-cell organism. As a medical giant who had done many evil experiments that made people's hair stand on end, there were not many who could surpass her in the field of cell genetics. Thea also added a lot of Kryptonian genetic knowledge. She had considered a lot from the future development to her own suitability. After spending a lot of effort, she finally made a single-cell organism that met the requirements in several aspects. Unfortunately, the cell was more fragile. It turned into a small puddle of thick water before it could be bestowed with the white light. The second experiment also failed. Then the third, the fourth, the 161st, it was too complicated. It was too simple. It was too strong. It was even worse if it was too weak. Humans could not do it. Beasts could not do it. Birds could not do it. Even fish could not do it. In the end, Milady was so tired that she sprawled on the throne and panted. She really couldn't think of any good ideas. She was going to go back to Earth and learn from others. It was rumored that Diana's body was made of mud and then given life. She was going to go back and study that body. She called Diana back. The Valkyrie finally got to enjoy being a female general on the new planet of creation. She gave orders to this and that every day. The ratio of melee fighters in the Magic Legion reached a new high. What's the matter? Did you find Batman's son? Diana entered the room and took off her cloak. She was very manly. She raised her glass and drank a large mouthful of water. Batman is very brave. Let me tell you. The two goddesses were actually quite gossipy. Thea told Diana everything that had happened. Won't Darkseid be pissed off? Will he take revenge on Earth? Diana was happy to hear about it at first. But when she thought about the consequences, she couldn't help but worry. Batman wasn't wrong to report his identity. Even if he didn't, he could have traced back to Earth with the Mother Box technology. That's for sure. That's why we need to be prepared. Thea wasn't talking about this for no reason. Diana was staying on the new planet of creation every day. This was not good. Not good at all. Diana and the Heavenly Father had a lot of clergies. The Heavenly Father was still an old bachelor. His wife had died hundreds of millions of years ago. He was also very charming. He looked like a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. All of these attracted Diana. Moreover, Thea was no match for the Heavenly Father when it came to justice and sunshine. To prevent a war from breaking out in the multiverse, she didn't want Darkseid and the three palace demons to laugh at her. Diana should stay away from the new planet of creation. However, she couldn't say this out loud. Fortunately, Batman had done something big and attracted Diana's attention back to Earth. Diana was indeed as decisive as she had estimated. Even though she liked to lead the army to war everywhere, she still firmly remembered her mission to protect the Earth, protect the Earth. You're right. We should prepare in advance. Fortunately, the new world is in front of us. The Justice League needs to be prepared for battle. Seeing that she was about to call a meeting with the Justice League, Thea quickly stopped her. Darkseid was knocked out by Batman. I'm afraid he'll need some time to recover. Besides, Batman also needs some time to recover. Speaking of which, it was quite funny. Darkseid had indeed been beaten silly by Batman, and the information he gathered from his old haunts in Kanto proved this point. The Hellbat armor's self-destructive energy had broken through the Lord of Evil's protective shield. After that, he barely managed to ask a question before the dagger from the Egyptian god sent Darkseid into a state of confusion. Chapter 924. Darkseid's injury was neither serious nor light. Something was wrong with him. In the past, even though Darkseid was temperamental, he still had some discipline. The great wasteland wolf, who had served him for hundreds of millions of years, had a lot of experience. However, things were different now. Darkseid began to kill as he pleased. He would kill whoever he saw. If he didn't like someone during the day, he would kill. If he was sleeping well at night, he would jump up and kill. The few mage-type gods could not dispel this curse at all. They could only wait for their boss to heal himself with his divine power. When Guangdong asked around, he found that the great wasteland wolf was so worried that his hair was turning white. Diana also knew that Darkseid was injured, but the Heavenly Father lacked the courage to verify the authenticity of the news. The new creator's star had missed the best opportunity. I tried to persuade him to send out his troops, even if it was just a probing attack. Guess what he said? Diana complained. He said that I was young and should be careful of Darkseid's tricks. The Heavenly Father was right. There was no lack of good and evil in the multiverse. It was impossible for one side to completely destroy the other. When the battle reached a critical moment, there would definitely be higher-level gods who would step in to stop the battle. Moreover, it was not difficult to wake Darkseid up. At most, he would lose some of his divine power. At least, Thea knew a few ways. Besides, as the younger brother of Yuga Khan and a new god who had lived as long as the Heavenly Father, the Great Wasteland Wolf also had his own trump cards. He did not want to show his hand, probably because he wanted to hide his strength. However, there was no need to explain. Thea agreed with Diana, but she did not mean what she said. She was trying to portray the Heavenly Father as a coward. At the same time, she made up her mind to use Hell's knowledge to bribe Mithrin so that he would speak ill of Diana in front of the Heavenly Father. It would be strange if they could still see eye to eye with both sides stirring up trouble. Her thought process was extremely fast. She rolled her eyes and came up with another brilliant plan. "Since you're the leader of the Magic Legion, you can wear my robe," Thea said casually. He took out the god's punishment robe. This silver-white robe could be said to be the top-tier god's equipment for God of Magic. He then put on the hood. It was mysterious, tranquil, and exuded a sense of unapproachable aura. Diana hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it happily. She thought to herself that Thea was right. It was indeed inappropriate for her, the leader of the Magic Legion, to hold a shield and a sword. "Come and try it." The eldest miss took off Diana's clothes without hesitation. They were so familiar with each other that it didn't matter if they changed clothes in front of each other. Soon, Diana changed into her robe. Now you look more like a wizard. Your previous outfit was really..." Thea looked at the war goddess from head to toe and was very satisfied. A wizard's robe needed to store magic books and various spellcasting materials. It had always been a synonym for loose-fitting. Once she put on this robe, Diana's curvy figure was instantly covered. If she put on the hood, only her hair could be seen, and her face could not be seen. This was very good. The Heavenly Father was a warrior god. His wife, who was killed by the Great Plains wolf, was also a warrior god. Diana's curvy figure, which resembled a western horse, suited his taste very well. Thea was prepared to nip this idea in the bud. "Very good, very good." Thea clapped her hands and cheered. "This is inconvenient for battle." Diana's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she made a kicking motion. Her movements, which were usually as agile as a cheetah, were obviously slower today. Thea had plenty of reasons. She acted as if she was talking facts and reasoning. "Look, you are now the god of courage, protection, and perseverance. Do you know how much damage you can cause to Earth with a full-power attack?" Diana was surprised. This was not a complicated question. She immediately realized that her power had far exceeded the limits of what Earth could bear. Thea continued to reason. "Look at Rongen, the Martian hunter. He can fly as fast as 7,000 kilometers per hour in the atmosphere. Of course, he can go even faster. Unfortunately, Earth can't bear it. The same goes for Superman. Our power must be suppressed to a certain extent. Otherwise, Earth will explode without Darkseid. This robe can limit your power. Wear it properly." Thea made Diana accept the robe logically. The war goddess was a little depressed. She had been working hard for a long time, but her power had exceeded the limit. She sat on the sofa in a daze, not knowing what to do. In order to distract her, Thea sighed. "You are already much better than me. I don't even dare to do anything in the universe now. I can easily destroy half a star system." Diana narrowed her eyes and looked at her. "Little girl, you are very proud of yourself." Thea scratched her face. "Proud of myself? Why do I feel like your tone is full of praise for yourself?" Thea denied. "Of course not." Suddenly, she remembered her purpose. Damn it, didn't she ask Diana to come back and study her background? Why did she stray to this extent? She forced herself to change the topic. "How were you born? Didn't Hippolyte tell you?" Diana did not know why she asked this, but the two goddesses had asked each other more embarrassing questions. This was nothing. She thought for a while and said, "Mother said that I was born with the blessing of Zeus' soil, but Antiope said that I was born in a tree hole, and Angeles said that I came to this world with a flash of lightning in the temple, and that person, blah, 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 blah." She gave 4 or 5 different answers. The war goddess looked at Thea from the corner of her eyes, as if she was asking her which one was the most reliable. Thea felt that the old ladies on Paradise Island were all unreliable. They must be happy to fool Diana, who was still a child. Definitely. She would use her own method to examine Thea. Diana was still wearing the wizard robe, and there were only 2 undergarments inside. Thea decided to examine her body now. The power of death was attached to her finger like a swimming fish. It was cold and smooth, and it went from Diana's lips to her neck, chest, lower abdomen, and other indescribable parts. There was life in death. Thea's power made Diana feel a bit intoxicated. The cold power accompanied with the hot body, and the examination scene was extremely erotic. The examination required attention and concentration. In short, it was very exhausting. In the end, she was also very hot. In order to make the examination result accurate, she had to take off her clothes. She had no choice, it was too hot. She unlocked 2 more positions, front, back, left, right, up, and down. It was not until the next morning that the examination result was finally out. "Hee, Zeus, that old pervert, what kind of soil are you talking about?" "Nonsense. He was the one who did it with Hippolyte. You are definitely not soil, unless Zeus is 2 levels higher than me." Chapter 925. Thea muttered as she wiped the water off her fingers. Even though they had never fought before, she could roughly estimate that she was now half a level higher than Zeus. If she couldn't do it, Zeus wouldn't be able to do it either. For example, the stone golem created by Lady Styx was the result of top talent and top ability. Gods wouldn't be much stronger than her. Zeus, this perverted demon, dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. For the sake of his glorious image, he made up a lie about Hippolyte praying to the heavens for an heir. Diana's strength was about to catch up with Zeus. Whose creation could catch up with the original owner? All these achievements showed that she was a living person, not a person made of mud. If there was such mud, Thea would definitely ask Zeus for 10,000 pounds. Diana didn't care if she was made of mud or not. After living for so many years, she might have struggled to sleep when she was a child, but now she had already gotten over it. Looking at her lover's wet hands, even the experienced Diana's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly changed the topic. "Can you deal with the dark version of Thea now?" "It's hard to say. If it's the original version, she definitely won't be my opponent. But if that powerful existence controls her body, then I won't be able to beat her." Thea lay back on the bed and hugged the Valkyrie with uncertainty. The dark version of Thea had always been her main focus. When the underworld just got on the right track, she sent Guangdong to search the multiverse. The #1 assassin had connections in many parallel universes and a large number of shadow assassins under her command. Unfortunately, she still couldn't find any direct clues. All kinds of rumors, both true and false, she collected a lot of information. However, Thea gathered all the information and found some clues. The probability of that person being Thea wasn't high. The one who occupied the main body and controlled the body was most likely Tian Shi, the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor. Now the gap between them was narrowed, but Milady estimated that she still couldn't beat the ghost. If she couldn't beat the ghost, then she naturally couldn't beat his predecessor. The only good news was that she wouldn't be killed easily. The 2 sides wouldn't be able to determine the winner without fighting for half a day. The 2 goddesses hugged each other and went back to sleep. They only woke up when it was close to noon. Not knowing what to do at the moment, the 2 goddesses were a little lazy. The mage's hand turned on the television, ready to kill some time. Randomly choosing a channel, Thea watched the TV casually. In fact, she was still thinking about the 2-dimensional world. It was not until the TV mentioned Diana's name that she turned her attention back to the bedroom. A beautiful woman with red hair was sitting in a wheelchair, and a young reporter was sitting on her right with a microphone. This was obviously an interview program. The red-haired woman seemed to be reminiscing about something, and her voice was a little erratic. Diana Prince is like an angel. Back then, I was withdrawing money from the bank, and a superpowered villain was wreaking havoc. I was already under a pile of rubble, and a stone pillar was about to fall on me. Just as I was about to die, she covered herself in holiness and blocked the pillar, saving my life. The young woman paused for a moment, as if she was reliving the scene of that day. Do you know this woman? Thea asked Diana. Yes, a few years ago. Her name is Vanessa Capitelis, a very strong girl. Diana was different from Thea. She was a superhero through and through. She would go out to help the weak when she had nothing to do. On the other hand, Thea would rather sleep at home than do such things. I remember that she likes ballet. We don't know much about it. Diana had saved too many people, and she was not inferior to Superman. She recalled and said with uncertainty. However, the woman on the TV held her chest and said with a fanatical emotion, Diana is my best friend. She encouraged and supported me when I was injured. She told me about Greek mythology. As a mixed Greek and American, I knew too little about the Greek gods. This made me very ashamed. I taught her how to play cards and taught her the names of each step in ballet. Thea looked at Diana strangely. From the woman's words, it didn't seem like they didn't know much about each other. The young woman seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at the camera and said affectionately, "She's my best friend. I love her. I can't live a day without her." Ugh, Thea swallowed a mouthful of blood. She looked at Diana with a playful expression. At the same time, she was thinking that she should hurry up and bring the 18 levels of hell online. Diana's charm was too great. She was attractive to both men and women. If she didn't make a few examples, it wouldn't be enough to deter the rascals. No, I'm really not close to her. The Valkyrie waved her hands and hurriedly explained. Thea believed that. However, it was an indisputable fact that Diana's charm was too great. The young mistress had such a high reputation. If there were people who boldly expressed their love for her, how much pressure would Steve Trevor be under in the original spacetime? After this small episode, the two goddesses were no longer in the mood to watch TV. They were ready to go out for a walk and visit Batman. Although this person had a lot of problems, he was still a comrade. After combing their hair and changing into their coats, they first went to the mall and bought a bunch of shoes, bags, and clothes. After sending the shopping results back to Diana's villa, the two goddesses drove to Gotham. When they walked into the Bat Cave, they heard a series of bang-bang sounds. They saw that Batman wasn't wearing that outfit today. He was bare-chested and didn't wear a mask. He was smashing the tires with a hammer for fun. Thea had done similar exercises before. She couldn't figure out whether this was training or venting. However, this method of reducing stress was also a specialty of the ninja masters. She clapped her hands. Not bad. Looks like you're recovering well. Damien waved at her from not far away. The naughty kid was holding a thick book with a black cover and reading it hard. It was The Secret of Circe's Transformation. One of them wanted to teach while the other wanted to learn. Thea didn't stop them at all. This didn't mean that her spells were inferior to Circe's, but the focus was different. Thea's spells were like her godhood. Souls, death. Its lethality was extremely high. A single spell could kill thousands of people. This was really contrary to Batman's principle of not killing. Even if Damien didn't care about killing people, he didn't want to go against his father's wishes. The transformation spell was very suitable for superheroes. The target could turn into a sheep or a pig with a finger. After that, they could be locked up and removed from the spell. Although it was a little troublesome, Batman felt that it was very good. She casually answered a few of Damien's questions. She didn't dabble in the art of transformation, but she was at a high level. She could understand 70% to 80% of it with just a little thought. You guys came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Batman threw away the sledgehammer, wiped his sweat, and gestured for them to follow him inside. Damien was a little curious and also followed. Chapter 926. In the shabby cave, the first thing that came into view was more than a dozen giant displays that covered the entire wall. Many data cables were connected to the ground. If he was not wrong, it was the supercomputer that Batman used. It might even be an artificial intelligence. Thea did not have any objections. Brainiac sounded powerful, and of course, he was powerful. She had no way of killing a god that existed in the cyber world, but she was not afraid. The artificial intelligence was no match for her. Batman quickly pulled up the screens. Without exception, they were all images of Darkseid. There were blurry images of the battle in the New World, but most of them were images of the battle on Apocalypse Planet. I hit him. He will definitely come for revenge, right? Batman asked. Yes. Darkseid has conquered countless planets and wiped out countless races, but he has rarely failed. I'm sure of that, Diana answered before Thea could. You will still protect Earth. Is that right? Of course. This is my mission, Diana answered firmly. Thea smiled and replied, don't give yourself too much pressure. We have defeated Darkseid before. He will invade Earth sooner or later. It has nothing to do with you or Damien. I'm stronger than before. He won't start a war unless he's confident. In order to stop Batman from nervously tapping on the tires, she gave him some reassurance. Batman frowned and looked at her for a long time. Ever since he met Superman and Thea, the world had changed so much that he could not take it all in. He felt powerless, especially after the battle with Darkseid. That invincible power often appeared in his dreams. He had pinned his hopes on others. To be honest, he did not like the feeling of his fate being controlled by others. Are you gods in your current state? Why is it different from what I imagined? Are you like Darkseid too? He asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. In Batman's eyes, the two goddesses were laughing and scolding each other. They were a little funny. Darkseid was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. They did not look like gods at all. Thea asked him, what do you think the gods are? Needless to say, ever since he met them, Batman didn't sleep most of the night and read almost all the theological books he could find. This answer came out of his mouth immediately. Omniscient, omnipotent, clearly real, but ordinary people can't see or hear. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Diana. How is that possible, Bruce? It's impossible for us to reach the level you described, right? She turned to look at Thea with uncertainty. Milady smiled. Indeed. Your standards are too high. Darkseid is just a strong ant in front of the truly omnipotent and omniscient. Possessing eternal life and the ability to create and destroy universes at will. Only when these two conditions are met can one be considered a true god. Batman felt less stressed. What about you guys? Thea counted with her fingers. You have to look at this question from two angles. From the perspective of ordinary people, we are gods. Even Superman is considered a god. Batman nodded expressionlessly and gestured for her to continue. From the perspective of those supreme beings, we are still mortals. The difference between us and ordinary people is that we represent a certain trait. For example, Diana represents courage, and I represent wealth. We are just a representation. We are not exactly the same as those traits. I don't know if you can understand this. Thea chose her words carefully. Some of them were not accurate in English, so she mixed in some Chinese, French, and even some Arabic to describe them. Before he could finish his theology class, he was interrupted by the alarm in the Bat Cave. The sharp, ear-piercing sound made the two goddesses uncomfortable. Being in such an environment for a long time might cause them to have a nervous breakdown. The father and son were used to it. They quickly operated the machine, called up various satellites, and searched for images. Batman wanted them to leave, but the two goddesses did not. Instead, they found stools and sat down. Unlike Diana, who was not familiar with modern electronic products, Thea could tell that Batman's artificial intelligence was not weak. At least, it was not worse than Gideon's. The father and son only needed to input some basic conditions, and a large amount of search work was completed. Very good artificial intelligence. What's its name? Thea asked casually. Batman's expression was calm. After a few seconds, he answered, Brother One. You're terrible at naming things. Thea could not help but complain. Not far away, Damien covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Be careful of your artificial intelligence betraying you. It's best to add a few more locks, she said. Batman instantly became vigilant. After knowing Sia for so many years, she would never speak without thinking. There must be a reason for her words. He turned around and asked, Why? What will happen? Your artificial intelligence will kill all the superheroes and destroy the world. Do you believe that? If it was an ordinary person, he would have denied it and said that everything was under control. He would have patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. However, Batman was not an ordinary person. He had his own set of standards to identify danger. He did not even believe in himself, so how could he believe in artificial intelligence, a supervillain that appeared repeatedly in science fiction movies? I believe that there is such a possibility. However, I have prepared several backup plans. The chances of it destroying the world are very small. Damien also heard their conversation. He lowered his little head and observed carefully. It was as if the computer would turn into a robot and start a massacre in the next moment. Things that can go wrong will always go wrong. If you're worried about something happening, then it has a high chance of happening. Murphy's Law. This is a psychological effect. It lacks data to support it. If this assumption is made, then there are too many sources of danger in reality. Batman's answer was not very certain. Thea decided to expose the big news. You've seen the Council of the Time Masters. They dominate time. One of the timelines, to be precise, is 35 years later. Your artificial intelligence will cause the moon to crash into the earth and destroy all mankind. All the superheroes will be sacrificed and transformed into machines. Batman shook his head decisively this time. He glanced at his supercomputer. How is that possible? Even you can't defeat a machine? If Thea nodded and said yes, Batman was ready to pack up his supercomputer and throw it to planet Tianqi. If his supercomputer was so powerful, there was no need for him to stay up late at night to think about Darkseid. I used the word possible. There is such a possibility. The future is full of uncertainty. It's hard to say if the future will turn into a dark apocalypse that we can't predict because of a small matter. Chapter 927. Diana and I don't just have to protect Earth and this universe. We also have to protect other parallel dimensions. We might not be there all the time. You going to Planet Apocalypse is an example. Thea almost said that with great power came great responsibility, but that was what she meant. You mean to destroy it in advance? There's no need to give up eating for fear of choking. Batman understood Mandarin, and he completely understood the idioms that Thea occasionally used. Find someone you trust, such as Barbara, Tim, or Mr. Excellent. Open the source code to them and have them add some protective measures. Also, make sure that you weren't there at the time and didn't make any records. Thea gave him an idea. This involved the issue of trust. She didn't recommend herself. Instead, she recommended Batgirl and Red Robin. They were definitely the people that Batman trusted the most. Thea's words implied that she was on guard against him. Batman wasn't angry that she was guarding against him like he was a thief. In fact, he was deeply convinced. This was a very good idea. Batman nodded in agreement. After the brief interlude, the artificial intelligence also found the target. The image was very blurry. It was a picture taken by a civilian surveillance camera. A light blue humanoid muscle monster could be vaguely seen pressing down on a pedestrian on the side of the road. The pedestrian struggled with all his might, but the two hands firmly held onto his head. Then, the pedestrian's skin started to shake violently as if it was melting. Finally, it turned light blue. The pedestrian's muscles swelled, his clothes were torn, and something flew out of his chest. After that, the two people disappeared from the camera. What was that thing that flew away? Damien whispered. The heart, but it's a little deformed. Thea saw it clearly. Diana asked Batman to play it again. Was it a coincidence? Or was it a psychic? Brother One has a threat level algorithm that I wrote. There should be a reason why it listed this as the highest level. Batman was still looking at the details frame by frame. Thea had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't sure. There were too many people with unknown superpowers in this world. Give me the address, and I'll go and catch one. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a purple light ring fly out of Diana's bag. As an honorary member, and in addition to giving face to the young mistress, Queen Zamlin had given Diana a purple light ring. Carol Ferris, a warrior of the Purple Lantern Corps, was crying on the screen. Hal Jordan is dead. His body has been desecrated, and the purple lamp cannot resurrect him. It was as if a clap of thunder had struck the ground. Even Batman's eyes were filled with shock. If there was anyone who liked to go against Batman, it would be Hal Jordan. Reckless, impulsive, undisciplined, and without using his brain. These were the labels that Batman had given to Hal. But no one objected that Hal was a hero. The Purple Lantern was also a type of emotion that had the ability to resurrect. However, they could only resurrect their loved ones, and they could only resurrect them when they had just died. Once the time limit was exceeded, the ability would lose its effect. How did he die? How did you confirm his death? Batman asked Carol. Carol didn't expect Batman to be there. If it was in the past, she would have definitely observed the famous Bat Cave. But now, she didn't have the mood to do so. The Purple Lantern has a spiritual connection with her loved one. It was suddenly cut off, so, could it be that she entered an unknown space? No space can stop the love of the Purple Lantern. Carol's answer was firm. Even Diana nodded in affirmation. Stop researching. Hal is indeed dead. Not only him, but Sinisto is also dead. The body has been found. Judging from the wounds, if the analysis is correct, it was done by the Black Hand. While they were talking, the Yellow Lantern had contacted her. The Yellow Lantern General, Akiro, had just finished reporting to her. Black Hand? William Hand? Wasn't he locked up by the Green Lanterns? Diana smelled a strong conspiracy. It's most likely that the Guardians have come up with some new tricks. Thea was expressionless. She turned to Carol. Don't worry, Hal will be resurrected. Carol thought that she was going to use the White Lantern and expressed her gratitude. As for the after effects, she couldn't care less. Batman's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he stopped himself. Even if he didn't consider the feelings of the main alliance, Hal should be resurrected based on his achievements. This was fundamentally different from resurrecting the relatives of heroes who had died. Thea didn't think too much about it. With the underworld in hand, it would be difficult to live or die. Unless Hal Jordan believed in those Greek and Egyptian gods, he must be strolling around the underworld. As for whether Sinisto had any extraterrestrial beliefs, she didn't know. However, the resurrection process in the underworld was different from that of the White Lantern. The White Lantern had serious after effects, but it was indeed fast. Once the White Lantern shone, go. As an administrative organization, the underworld had its own set of procedures. Registration, queuing, processing, and keeping records. This set of procedures would take at least a month, and this was under the condition that they opened the back door. If there were no acquaintances, just wait. Thea thought for a moment and said to Batman, gather the main alliance. I'm afraid this is another universal disaster. I'll go back to the White House first. The blue-skinned monster was not a coincidence. The reality was similar to her estimation. Hundreds of people in the United States had seen the blue-skinned monsters. They could fly and were extremely strong. Most importantly, they could assimilate ordinary people. In less than 3 seconds, they could turn an ordinary citizen into one of them. The Pentagon had cancelled all soldiers' leave and raised the alert state to wartime. Not only on Earth, but also in the universe. There were many of them, and they were like a virus that constantly assimilated ordinary intelligent life. The yellow lanterns, the green lanterns, and the blue lanterns were all attacked to varying degrees. This time, it was different from the black lanterns. Even the sharp Zerg could be transformed. The Zerg army sent by Queen Kerrigan was trying their best to kill them, but the effect was not great. It had only been half an hour since Thea received the news in the Bat Cave and gathered the information from several parties. However, in just half an hour, the number of the blue-skinned monsters had exceeded 1 billion, and the growth was getting faster and faster. These things ran very fast. When the lanterns went to surround them, they ran away. When the lanterns left, they returned and continued to transform ordinary people. Thea, what the hell are these things? Moira felt more and more that it was difficult to be the president. There were too many problems. The aftermath of Raoul's incident was barely settled, but now there was another problem. She was already in her second term as president. In the past, the candidates of both parties had already started to build momentum. They colluded with each other in the primaries, exchanged various interests, and even smeared the reputation of the previous president. But now, there was complete silence, as if they had all lost their minds. Some of the aides even joked that if this trend continued, due to reasons that could not be explained, she might be in office for another term. Chapter 928. Thea had also advised her mother not to do it if she felt too much pressure. Now that things had come to this point, no one dared to laugh at her. Who would dare to laugh at her? The President of the United States was the riskiest job in the entire universe. There are these things all over the universe. The ones on Earth are just the aftermath. Facing her mother's nervous face, she said confidently. The Third Army. If she remembered correctly, this should be the name of these blue monsters. They were a new product created by the Blue Guardians for the sake of universal peace. The mechanical hunters were the first army. These robots followed the preset orders and massacred the entire 666 sectors, making the Guardians think that machines were unreliable. The Green Lantern Corps was the second army. They used emotions as weapons, but in the eyes of the Guardians, the Green Lantern succeeded and failed because of their emotions. They were too free and unrestrained, and they repeatedly treated their orders as waste paper. Hal Jordan was a living example. The army of assimilators that had vitality but no thought served the Guardians completely. This was the so-called Third Army. The Third Army sounded arrogant, but in fact, it was just to pave the way for First Lantern's appearance. In the original timeline, Black Death Emperor killed First Lantern instantly. Now, only Thea could fight. Fortunately, the battle was in space, and Earth would not be affected. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. That was what she told her mother. The Righteous Alliance could completely solve this small problem on Earth. If the people asked, they could just say that it was a mutant causing trouble. On the surface, her mother had many agents from the Heaven's Eye Society protecting her. In the dark, she also had Death Knell and Poison Ivy. Thea also asked Guangdong to send 2 shadow assassins to help. With such a strong defense, there was really no need to worry too much. Thea teleported to the Righteous Alliance and found that they were not idle either. Batman had captured an assimilator and was dissecting it for research. The brain has become a new substance. It has no heart. There are signs of activity in the eyeballs, but the brain has almost no thoughts, so it's impossible to determine if it has thoughts. When Thea entered, Batman had just finished dissecting it. Even though Superman said that he could see through it, he still did it according to his own method. I've contacted several forces in the universe. This disaster has little to do with Earth. It's basically a problem in the universe. Batman calmly asked, what else? Thea was surprised. What else? This is the Green Lantern Corps' problem. It has nothing to do with Earth, so don't worry. But I've calculated that if this thing is allowed to wreak havoc, in 3 months, all life in the universe will be wiped out. So, I'll leave Earth to you, and I'll settle this matter in 2 days. After Thea finished speaking, she left Earth and returned to Odium, the main planet of Blue Lantern. The battle situation here was much more intense than on Earth. The Third Army was attacking ferociously. The Yellow Lanterns, Blue Lanterns, and Green Lanterns were defending together. As time passed, the offensive and defensive positions had long shifted. The enemies were endless, and their own forces were beginning to deplete. Defeat was only a matter of time. As she landed, a silent black ripple swept out. The Third Legion was like a group of toys. Under the power of the goddess of death, they were like countless ants. There were enough of them, but unfortunately, they were useless. With just a slight raise of his hand, these soulless, almost mindless dummies fell to the ground in droves. "Where's Ganser?" she asked the saint after looking around but not finding her target. The saint brought her a piece of bad news. Lord Gonda and Lord Set have both returned to the main planet of Ura. They were running around again. These little blue people were really troublesome. Thea had no choice but to go to Ura again. In the end, she found that not only Ganser, but even the little blue people from before had disappeared. The Green Lantern Corps was being attacked by the Third Army. She helped them repel a wave of attacks and instructed them to retreat to the main planet of Blue Lantern. As for whether they listened to her or not, she said it was up to her. Where did these guardians run off to? Standing alone in space, Thea scratched her head. Anka's amulet allowed her to teleport anywhere, but the problem was that she didn't know where to go. Who knew where these guys were hiding and doing bad things? Without specific coordinates, no matter how powerful her teleportation technique was, she wouldn't be able to get there. Fortunately, she had learned a lot from Batman, so she had a lot of backup plans. Guardian Haruba was under her control. This little blue person had information about the seal of the first lantern in his memory. She only needed to teleport according to the coordinates. However, she didn't know if the coordinates were wrong or if she had read fake information. She wandered around the empty void for a long time. Forget about the seal, there wasn't even a stone. Did this guy hide fake information in his head? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this answer. She could only teleport to the main planet of Sharp and start reading the memories again. She was now a big shot. Her reading speed and ability were several times more profound. Soon, she found the problem. There were problems with the Guardian's memories, and there were many contradictions. However, this guy had lived for hundreds of millions of years and had experienced too many things. Sometimes, if she didn't look carefully, she wouldn't be able to see the problem. There was nothing else to say. She could only continue reading the memories. She was very unhappy. She told Batman that she would solve it in 2 days. In the end, this group of guardians found a place to hide. She couldn't hit the enemy even with her earth-shattering divine power. Needless to say, she was very depressed. No matter how unhappy she was, she had to take it step by step. She started reading the memories without stopping. At the same time, whether it was Earth or the main planet of Blue Lantern, a few battles happened. The Green Lantern ring was already a thing of the past to Thea. She couldn't even be bothered to pick it up if it was thrown on the ground. However, for some people, it could change their fate. It was a sharp weapon that could reach the pinnacle of life. Simon Baz, the Arab American, was treated differently countless times because of his appearance. When he was driving, he was pulled out by the police to be interrogated and searched. In the departure hall, he was taken away by a group of fully armed people for questioning. When he took public transportation, he was looked down upon for no reason. In short, as an Arab American, he had lived in a highly oppressive environment since he was young. Although later, aliens invaded repeatedly, resurrected the dead, and descended on Earth, causing countless disasters. In comparison, the 2 buildings that his Arab American fellow crashed into were not a big deal. However, this didn't change his situation at all. Aliens came and went, and the dead continued to return to their coffins. He was different. He needed a job, a salary, and food. This guy was very unlucky. He casually stole a car, and after 2 minutes of fun, he was chased by dozens of police cars and several helicopters. During the chase, he learned that the trunk of his car was full of bombs. Just as the Third Army was wreaking havoc in the universe, the Pentagon was on the highest level of alert, and it quickly attracted the attention of all parties. The local garrison, the National Guard, the CIA, the FBI, the Heaven's Eye Society, the Alien Administrative Committee, and many other agents all came out to capture this unlucky guy. Chapter 929. The mothership arrived immediately. In order to take care of the military's emotions, Digger had now returned to the military ranks with the rank of colonel. After 2 years of experience, the next step would be to become a brigadier general. It could be said that Digger's fate was 1,000 times better than Green Arrow's in the original timeline. Take down the suspect. Wearing a long black trench coat, an eye patch, and his hands behind his back, Digger looked dignified. 5 individual mechas flew out of the mothership. Miss Voodoo took the lead and knocked down Mr. Simon Bartz with a few punches and kicks. The mastermind behind the scenes saw that things were not going well and detonated the bomb. If not for Miss Voodoo, Mr. Simon would definitely have been blown to ashes. After a few simple questions, he learned that it was just an ordinary car bomb. Digger was a little disappointed. It was not that he was not patriotic, but the target was too small and boring. He handed the suspect to Amanda and continued to support other places in the mothership. Amanda did not pay much attention to an Arabian car thief. Such a small character was in her missing file every day. If he did not sign 7 or 8 documents every day, it meant that he was not doing his job well. However, just as his subordinate finished interrogating him, a green ring flew over and took him away with a whoosh. Amanda was unhappy this time. Many years ago, when Aubin Sue crashed on Earth, it was also the ring that flew away and chose Hal Jordan. After that, the battle at Seaside City happened right under her nose. If it wasn't for Sia, Black Panther would have died. If Thea was there, she would have told Black Panther that this was the ring from back then. Honesty had not changed at all. Hal Jordan was sacrificed. His ring seemed to obey a will and returned to Earth and chose a new owner. Simon Bartz was not taken far by the green light ring before he was intercepted by the Alliance. With his level, he could not beat a superhero, not to mention all the other superheroes except Thea. However, his luck was heaven-defying. The few of them were not hostile to the Green Lantern, and the assimilated people of the Third Army were wreaking havoc nearby, drawing away most of the troops. Simon Bartz relied on the wisdom he had developed in countless pursuits since childhood to shake off the Flash and ran back to his residence alone. Realizing that his home was not safe, he hesitated for a moment and rushed to the hospital. His brother-in-law, who was also his good friend, had been seriously injured in a car race. Even though he had used the most expensive medical cabin of the Quinn Group, after several resuscitation attempts, he had still ended up in a vegetative state due to his injuries. His sister, whom he had relied on since childhood, had lost all hope in life because of this. Now that he had obtained the legendary omnipotent green light ring, he felt that he should do something for his family. It was already late at night, and there were only a few people on duty outside the ward. He quietly opened the window and jumped in. He raised the ring and pointed it at the patient who had been sleeping on the bed for years. He said in a low voice, "Quick, restore his consciousness." The ring flashed with a green light, then completely extinguished. "Help me, he's my family. I beg you, please wake him up. This is my only request. He's my friend. He's the only person my sister can rely on. Please." The green light flickered in and out of the ward, like a naughty child playing a game. As a fugitive, Simon Bartz didn't know how much time he had left. He still hadn't given up hope. If 1 time wasn't enough, he would do it 10 times. If 10 times weren't enough, he would do it 100 times. He felt that the ring was omnipotent and could naturally wake up a vegetative person. A strong obsession crossed the distance in an instant and floated to Thea's ear. The young lady was trying hard to read Haruba's memory, and the sudden call made her slightly stunned. How did the green light ring call her? Did you get the wrong person? Moreover, the blue light could heal, but the green light had no healing effect. This caller thought that the green light was omnipotent. How ignorant. Although modern people couldn't understand it, the green light ring and the other lights were very materialistic. They were proper technological equipment, not wishing machines. The young lady didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She carefully analyzed. At her current level, the cause and effect of many things were very clear. She could understand the whole story with a little thought. It's Hal Jordan's ring. She pondered for a moment. If it was just Hal Jordan, it wouldn't matter. Whether he died or not had nothing to do with her. But this ring was different because she had worn this ring before. Although the time she wore it was very short, from her point of view, there was a cause and effect between her and the ring. Is it such a small matter? All right, as you wish. Thea talked to herself. This was between her and the ring. It had nothing to do with Hal Jordan or Simon Baz. She didn't even need the power of death to wake up a comatose person. She only needed a small part of the soul to complete it. To her, this was a task that couldn't be any easier. With a flick of her middle finger, a small cloud of gray energy crossed the distance and returned to Earth, to Simon Baz's ring. Give up, Lantern Simon. I understand your pain, but many lanterns have experienced all this. The ring isn't omnipotent. Buddy, the big squirrel of Sector 1014, who had been to Earth before and was Hal Jordan's good friend, followed the trail of his friend's ring. Unfortunately, he saw that the ring had a new owner. Green Lanterns had seen many life and death situations. She felt that she had an obligation to guide this new colleague. But when she saw Simon struggling against the bed, she couldn't help but comfort him. I don't believe it. I can definitely do it. I have this feeling. Simon was very stubborn. He firmly believed that he could do it, or rather, the ring could. The big squirrel looked helpless. Maybe the blue light can, but our green light doesn't have this function. She couldn't figure out where Simon's confidence came from. She was still trying to help. With a big furry tail and a chubby body, Buddy was one of the few Green Lanterns that Thea liked. She naturally knew about the blue light and also knew about Thea, who seemed to be very mysterious and powerful. However, she had more feelings for the Green Lanterns, so she rejected the blue light's invitation. At this time, she was wondering if she should go back and ask the saint to help save the man on the bed. Unaware of the big squirrel's kindness, after Simon had called out for the umpteenth time, the ring finally changed. Rays of green light flew out of the ring. They were like a group of returning swallows, shuttling back and forth, relying on each other. They flew into the patient's body and disappeared without a trace. What does this mean? The big squirrel was puzzled. As an experienced Green Lantern, although she was still a distance away from the title of the greatest Green Lantern, she had seen Hal Jordan, Sinisto, and even the artist Kyle Rayner, who was known as the Lantern. In terms of experience, she was not inferior to any lantern. However, she had never seen what Simon had just done. The Green Lantern ring had such a function? Her answer was no, but now it was uncertain. Chapter 930. Big Squirrel Buddy waited patiently for half a minute until the green light completely dissipated, but the patient was still in a deep sleep. His breathing and expression were the same as before. Blinking a pair of big watery eyes, Green Lantern Squirrel lowered his head and pondered over what to say. She was afraid of provoking this new colleague, so she wanted to be tactful. Green Lantern was not omnipotent. It was just a tool, not a statue. Big Squirrel was about to ask Simon to give up on this unrealistic idea, but when the words reached his mouth, he forcefully swallowed them back. Because the patient had woken up, the effect was immediate. Buddy could guarantee to the squirrel god that the patient had been in a vegetative state a second ago, but in just a second, he had completely woken up. Other than being a little weak, Big Squirrel guessed that it was probably due to hunger. There were no cognitive and behavioral problems. Oh my God, you're really a miracle worker, Simon. The title of miracle developer had accompanied Simon Bartz for his entire life, and his legendary life had begun when he met a big squirrel. Without saying much to his brother-in-law and good friend, Simon felt that since the ring had responded to him and completed an impossible task, then he should also be prepared to gamble with his life to solve the current crisis that Earth was facing. If possible, he wanted to avenge the original owner of the ring, Hal Jordan. When Simon Bartz embarked on his path as a superhero, the Earth had already become a pot of porridge. A few speedy superheroes had spread out and destroyed the Third Army with all their might. In Star City, Diana volunteered to come here to help because of some reasons that everyone was aware of. After working together with Green Arrow and Mr. Excellent to take down hundreds of assimilated members of the Third Army, before they could even rest, they saw a silver figure rushing toward them from afar. The other party did not even slow down and just brushed past Green Arrow. Green Arrow was not wearing mechanical armor, but a hooded figure holding a bow and arrow. Green Arrow was caught off guard. Even though Diana pulled him back, the silver light still cut open a bloody wound on his shoulder. Without having time to bandage the wound, he turned around and shot an arrow in the direction of the enemy. At the same time, Mr. Excellent's T-ball released an electric net at the target. The enemy was extremely fast, like a graceful swan. With a nimble turn in the air, she dodged the arrow and electric net. A young woman stood proudly in the air. What was eye-catching was her pair of flawless white wings. Vanessa? Diana carefully discerned that this was completely different from the little girl in her impression who pestered her to listen to Greek stories. What made her change so much? Wonder Woman. Vanessa seemed to be immersed in her own world as she murmured softly. Like I said, you can call me Diana. You're my friend. Hee, your friend? You have too many friends. After all these years, have you ever come to visit me? I've been watching you silently, but have you ever taken me to heart? Her voice was so loud that it was hard not to hear her. Green Arrow clutched her shoulder and seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Diana with a strange expression. As the pinnacle of wisdom among mortals, Mr. Excellent also seemed to have understood something. He glanced sideways at Diana. The Valkyrie was furious. This was simply baseless slander. Speaking so bluntly, was he afraid that others wouldn't understand? Even though she was used to saving face for others, she couldn't be vague about this issue. To me, you're just an ordinary friend. We have nothing to do with each other. I'm just a friend. Then what about Miss Quinn? Is she also an ordinary friend of yours? Seeing that his sister was involved, Oliver instantly drew his bow and prepared to attack. His opponent's attack just now was definitely aimed at killing him. He wouldn't show mercy. Thea Quinn is really a born noble lady. She has everything she wants. She has a lover, a family, and power. Diana, did you know? I was able to stand again because I used the Quinn Corporation's nanomachines, but I don't thank her. I hate her. I hate her to death. I hate you too. Mr. Excellent muttered to himself. Crazy, he muttered. His words seemed to have touched Vanessa's sore spot. She opened her mouth and a wave of ultrasonic waves surged out. Mr. Excellent's abilities were similar to Batman's. If he was prepared, he could kill 80% of his enemies. If he wasn't prepared and didn't have the luck of a main character, then he could only wait for death. Diana hurriedly stood in front of him. Circe could take all of her magic head-on, so this kind of sonic attack wasn't that powerful. Diana blocked all the attacks with one hand. You've changed. You used to be a kind little girl. Haha. Vanessa laughed twice, but it sounded worse than crying. She took out a piece of paper and unfolded it in front of the three. I'm not Vanessa. That fragile girl was pitiful and hateful. She's already dead. I'm now the new Silver Swan. Diana was a new god, and Green Arrow had good eyesight. They could see that there were two people on the paper. Diana was flying in front with a sword and shield on her back, and Vanessa was chasing behind with her wings outstretched. The sky was blue and the clouds were white, and there were people cheering on the ground. The Silver Swan tore the paper to shreds. It's all in the past. I want revenge on the Quinn family. They took everything from me. You're sick. Maybe we can help you. Oliver didn't think it was complicated. It was just a lunatic who loved Diana. This woman's obsession was too deep. She had come up with a bunch of imaginary things in her head. Even her daydreams had convinced him. He was prepared to take down the enemy, find a mental hospital, and throw her in for treatment. Diana had the same idea, but she had good intentions. It wasn't that serious on TV. In fact, it wasn't just her. Even Thea had admirers, but none of them were as crazy as Vanessa. If this matter reached Thea's ears, Vanessa's fate would be indescribable. After knowing her for so many years, she knew the young Miss Personality too well. She would laugh in front of people and say that she didn't mind, but behind people's backs, she would definitely knock them out and throw them into a sack. Now that she had the underworld, she was even more powerful. Vanessa, you need help. Let me help you like back then. Diana said sincerely. A hint of struggle flashed in the Silver Swan's eyes. Unfortunately, the struggle quickly faded and was replaced by scarlet. The Silver Swan's voice was trembling, but her tone was eerie, like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. You all deserve to die. You took everything from me. I'll tear you apart. Silver wings spread out like a bird. With a thunderous sound, the Silver Swan flew past Diana and circled around to attack the black man, Mr. Miracle. F***CK. You're bullying me because I'm a pushover. Mr. Excellent didn't care about his image at all. He rolled lazily to avoid the attack. Chapter 931. On the other side, Green Arrow had already shot 3 arrows at Silver Swan. Diana hesitated for a moment. She could fight enemies without hesitation, but against a normal person, even a friend, she could not do it. Fortunately, her combat power was high now, and her attributes were superior in all aspects. With a casual glance, she found several flaws in Silver Swan. Her opponent was just a ballet enthusiast, and Green Arrow's archery was undeniably the best in the world. She dodged the arrows awkwardly, mostly relying on her high speed to dodge. Diana took 2 quick steps forward, and under Silver Swan's horrified eyes, she grabbed Silver Swan's ankle and dragged her down from the sky like a dead dog. Hold her down, I'll check. There seems to be a problem with the implanted device in her spine. Mr. Excellent looked more like a researcher than a superhero. His T-sphere contained almost all the common functions of modern technology. He quickly opened the operation interface, aimed at Silver Swan, and began scanning. I suggest you let her go. A short, middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out from the shadow of the building. The middle-aged man's hairline was a little high, but his aura was not weak at all. His head was held high, and he looked at them with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. Stop, stranger. Green Arrow drew her bow again and spoke first. Diana did not steal the limelight from him due to various considerations. The middle-aged man ignored the arrows, and raised his hands calmly, indicating that he was unarmed. I'm just a normal person, I don't have the ability to fly in the sky like you. Although he said it casually, the hostility towards superheroes in his tone was very obvious. Let go of Silver Swan, unless you want to see Star City turn into a sea of fire. By the way, the remote control is with my companion. If I don't return in a minute. The middle-aged man's tone was relaxed, but his eyes were cold. Oliver looked at Diana. He hoped that the Valkyrie had some supernatural ability to defeat this middle-aged man, and then subdue the companion he spoke of. He's just a normal person. He has no abilities, no magic, and no technological equipment. Diana first observed the middle-aged man. At her level, there were many things that could not be hidden. But I can't see if there are any enemies around me. There are many things that Thea can do that I can't. Diana was a little depressed at the mention of this. She was a very pure warrior, and she had only started learning magic recently. He was good at lifting buildings and towing ships, but it was difficult to find an enemy in a residential area with complicated terrain. Without the super speed of the Flash, Superman's X-ray vision, and Thea's time stop, Diana can smash a planet with all her strength, but her search ability is really not strong. Why are you threatening us with the safety of Star City's citizens? We don't even know each other. Diana tried to find some clues from the enemy's words. The other party was not fooled at all. Let go of the Silver Swan, madam. You should go find the bomb. That's what a hero should do. Why are you doing this? Don't you know that Earth is facing a crisis now? The Righteous Alliance was eliminating the Third Army on a global scale. She really did not expect someone to cause trouble at this critical moment. Did these people think that the Third Army would let them go? Madam, you have your duty, and I also have my mission. I don't care how many people will die on Earth, but let me remind you that there are only 30 seconds left. My companions are watching me from afar. If my freedom is restricted, then Star City will become a sea of fire. Call a few more companions, I have installed 6 bombs. Diana had no choice but to let go of the Silver Swan. The Green Arrow used a skateboard, and Mr. Excellent's T-Ball had the ability to fly. The three of them split up. Diana called the Flash and Felicity, who were also in Star City. The other party's installation was very obvious and did not hide at all. The 6 of them searched the city and quickly removed the bombs. When the dust settled, the middle-aged man and the Silver Swan were long gone. The identity of the Silver Swan was not difficult to find, but the identity of the middle-aged man was a question that lingered in their minds. Felicity quickly used the Quinn Corporation's database to search. Whether it was the medical cabin or the cooperation with many government and military departments, the Quinn Corporation's database was the richest in the world. In the beginning, when faced with the attacks of hackers from all over the world, the hundreds of network experts that Felicity had gathered could not withstand it at all. Later, Thea had to open up some artificial intelligence access to the corporation's network department to resolve the crisis. The huge satellite and database data were compared. The middle-aged man did not jump out of a crack in a rock. His identity was quickly found out. Caden James, a very famous hacker. I once used, no, imitated, oh, no, I should say I used a small program that he wrote. Felicity was still joking. She was not familiar with the Green Arrow in this time and space, but she still knew her. Even though she had been on land for many years, she was still exuberant when it came to her old job as a hacker. Why is she looking for trouble with us? Diana also knew Felicity and knew that she was Thea's good friend. This question stumped everyone. The Flash, the Atom Man, Felicity, and Mr. Excellent, who came to help, split up to investigate. Caden James was recently arrested by the Heaven's Eye Society for the crime of endangering national security. Felicity had more contact with the military and the government, so she was the first to find a clue. 10 days ago, a sum of 30 million was transferred to his account. The Atom Man, who had a close relationship with many banks, followed closely behind and found clues. 13 days ago, he was rescued from the Heaven's Eye Society by a person single-handedly. The Flash also found something. He enlarged the image on the screen. A tall man wearing purple soft armor and a white cloak held 2 samurai swords in his hands as he moved about freely. The Heavenly Eye Association's trained agents didn't have the ability to fight back at all as they were slaughtered like chickens. Following that, the purple-robed man took Caden James and left. This guy should have been nearby just now. He's Caden's partner, right? His martial arts are so strong. It's hard to believe that he's an ordinary person. The 2 big shots, Diana and Oliver, were not good with electronic devices. They could only watch from the side. To be able to beat Nightwing without using a bow and arrow, Oliver was more than qualified to call himself a martial artist. Even though his learning process had been honed by being beaten up and had characteristics that could not be replicated, his insight was commendable. According to Thea's joke, her brother had a pair of civilian version of the Sharingan and was born with great dynamic vision. At first, he was weak and had no one to teach him. He basically relied on these eyes to learn his martial arts while he was being beaten. Chapter 932. Although Oliver and Diana were much weaker than each other in terms of combat ability, Unlike Thea, who had become a martial artist despite not liking martial arts, Diana liked to fight and kill. Now, she could tell that the ordinary person on the screen was extraordinary after just a few moves. His movements were not fast, but they were deadly and efficient. He did not waste a single bit of energy. This person had already used the ingenuity of his moves to the extreme. She had long heard that Guangdong was the #1 assassin in the New Gods and was skilled in hundreds of millions of combat skills. Later, before going to the Bat Cave, she casually heard that he had been recruited by Thea. She did not hesitate to call him over for a spar. The result was awkward. He suppressed his strength and competed purely in martial arts. Diana was no match for him even when Guangdong went easy on her. The Greek combat skills she was so proud of were easily broken by him. Now that she saw this incomparably powerful earthling, she secretly compared him to Guangdong. Unfortunately, she could not determine whose martial arts were better. Prometheus. This guy is very famous in the assassin world. I don't know why he's with Kane. Mr. Excellent and Batman hit it off, so he could access some of the information on the Bat Cave. He quickly found Batman's description of this person. Proficient in all combat skills, proficient in all known weapons. Many tools are hidden in his armor. A master tactician. Suspected to have the special ability to learn other people's martial arts. Once defeated Madame Shiva 3 times. Mr. Excellent read Batman's description to the others. The investigation was carried out quickly, or rather, the other party did not plan to hide it. Felicity found 2 videos on one of Kane's servers. A middle-aged man and a young man. They were both shot to death by green arrows without exception. How is that possible? I was there when the middle-aged man died, but I didn't kill him. I've never seen this young man before. Oliver cried out, but regardless of whether he was innocent or not, the other party was certain that he was the killer. Prometheus's father was killed, Kane's son was killed, and Kane's son was killed. Together with the Silver Swan, who hated the Quinn family to the core, the 3 of them came together and prepared to fight for revenge. A warrior with extraordinary skills, a super hacker, and a silver-winged killer with great mobility. The combination of the 3 was quite strong. The other party had revealed a lot of clues. If they continued to investigate, they would definitely gain something. Unfortunately, there were too many things to do tonight. The superheroes, including the young Titan, had already launched an all-out attack, but the Third Army was still unable to kill them all. A few heroes with high mobility did not have time to waste. Seeing that Star City was fine, they each went to help. Even Oliver did not stay for long. He also walked onto the streets and wiped out the army of assimilators that were beginning to swell. At the periphery of the multiverse, there was a world of black and white. This was the underworld. The ordinary people who were transformed by the Third Army had already died at that moment. Their bodies continued to act in a certain way, but their souls had already entered hell. Before a large number of souls entered, there were 2 unlucky souls who arrived first. What is this place? Even as a soul, Hal Jordan was still nonchalant. Walking beside him was naturally his good friend Sinisto. The former leader of the Yellow Lanterns had a look of displeasure on his face as he snapped, "How would I know?" To be honest, even if he was not afraid of anything, he was still a little scared at this moment. There were strange rocks all around them, and there were cries coming from the distance in the wind. All of this was telling them that this was not a good place. The 2 of them were not fools either. Their memories were very clear. They were already dead. Could this be the world after death? What is it like after death in your Earth's myths? As they walked, there were figures appearing around them from time to time. Unfortunately, they were all in a daze and there was no possibility of communication. Even if he did not want to talk to Hal Jordan, in this gloomy environment, Sinisto could only try to find some topics to talk about. Hal sneered and asked him about eating, drinking, and having fun. Nightclubs and bars were fine, but myths? Please, let's talk about something else. How would I know? Those are all lies to the ancients. How would an alien like you care about Earth's culture? Hal looked at him as if he was a retard. Sinisto almost punched him. He softly spat out a word, retard. What did you say? I said you're an idiot. Sinisto did not wait for Hal to retort and continued, how can you turn a blind eye to so many strange things on Earth? Isn't it strange that a small Earth has 4 green lanterns? Black Death Emperor's target is Earth, and that lady's target is also Earth. Didn't you see that? Although Hal was a little rash, he was not a fool. Instead, he had the temperament of a leader. He did not lack in ability, wisdom, and decisiveness. It was just that he was used to it and did not think in that direction. Looking at the surroundings, he said, what does this have to do with our current situation? We are already dead. Thea will most likely use the white lanterns to revive me. You will most likely revive you too. Why don't we wait here? To be honest, there were no bodies or green lantern rings here. Looking at the figures that appeared from time to time and unconsciously gathered into a huge group and walked forward in a certain pattern without saying a word, it was a very scary thing. Sinisto's principle was to not ask for help, especially when he was still thinking about taking back the Yellow Lantern Corps from Thea. He did not want to owe her a favor. At that moment, he was in a dilemma. Should he flatly refuse her resurrection, or should he accept it with lowered eyebrows? This question troubled him. Get down. Sinisto was a little stunned. Hal hurriedly pushed him down and pointed to the sky. A bone monster flew across the gray sky. It patrolled the area as if it was looking for something. After circling at a low altitude for 2 rounds and finding nothing, it flew into the distance. What kind of monster is that? Sinisto was an alien. He did not recognize the thing that flew by just now. He could only vaguely feel that it was very powerful. If he had a body and a green lantern ring, he would at most be able to tie with it. Having played many games, Hal was quite knowledgeable. He looked at Hal as if he was looking at a country bumpkin and said, that's a bone dragon. It's what a dragon looks like after it dies. Before he finished, he realized the problem. The bone dragon was obviously a derivative of Earth's culture. It was understandable that he came here after death, but what about Sinisto? His Kaluga was tens of thousands of light years away from Earth. The two of them continued forward in confusion. Not long after, they finally met someone they knew, or rather, someone they knew. A certain Green Lantern had joined their team. Everyone was dead, and there was no fight between the Green and Yellow Lanterns. Since they were in an unfamiliar environment, they naturally had to go together. Hal's doubts grew. This Green Lantern was even further away from Earth. Could it be that the area they were in was the common home of all the dead in the universe? Chapter 933. Time lost its meaning here. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but the group slowly expanded. A new Yellow Lantern, a Green Lantern, and a Blue Lantern had joined. They had all died after Hal and Sinisto. From their narration, Hal also learned about the Third Army and realized that it wasn't a coincidence that Black Hand had attacked him and Sinisto. Unfortunately, he was already dead. Other than cursing at the Guardians, he couldn't do anything else. Not all lanterns could maintain their sanity and blend in with the group of souls. They followed the group and walked along the dirt road. As for what awaited them ahead, no one knew. It was their first time here. The sound of horse hooves rang out beside them. Even though he told himself to keep a low profile, Hal couldn't help but look up. The eyes of the knight on the horse glowed. They looked at each other and realized that the other party was still conscious. The knight was stunned at first, but then he suddenly thought of something. He raised his left hand gently, and the group that had been moving forward since ancient times stopped in unison. The knight lowered his hand as if he had done something insignificant. He took out a piece of parchment from behind him and looked at Hal's face carefully. Is this you? The appearance of a skull was similar to that of a living person. In fact, it was the same the other way around. The knight wasn't very sure and could only ask Hal for confirmation. It was a piece of yellowed parchment that looked like a wanted poster. Hal's face was on the paper, and there was a number at the bottom that looked like a bounty. This thing was very similar to an anime that Hal had seen on Earth about pirates. The big pirates in the anime were all wanted posters like this. The undead knight's eyes didn't have any ruthlessness or ferocity. It was as casual as meeting a neighbor at the stairs and chatting casually. Sinisto was extremely cautious, his eyes as sharp as knives, as if he wanted to find a flaw in the undead knight's words or actions. Hal was lying when he said that he wasn't afraid, but this person was naturally bold. Even the Black Death Kingdom dared to rush forward. There really wasn't the word fear in his dictionary. He looked at the wanted poster. It was a black and white picture of himself. Unless he had a twin brother, the other party was definitely looking for him. I am. Why are you looking for me? He wanted to raise his voice to appear more heroic, but unfortunately, he was in his soul state. His loud voice hadn't been brought over from his body. The knight was overjoyed. His terrifying skull shook with excitement, and his lower jaw opened and closed, indicating that he was very happy. Just as Hal was wondering if this guy would turn hostile in a few seconds, the undead knight took out another wanted poster. Do you know this guy? Hal took a look and was overjoyed. Wasn't this Sinisto? When he turned his head, he realized that Sinisto was preparing to hide in the crowd. Unfortunately, there was no place to hide. With the thought that if he was unlucky, others wouldn't have it easy either. Hal immediately pulled out his old opponent, indicating that this fellow was Sinisto. The undead knight took the image and compared it with the two of them for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. He could not be sure. The knight wasn't an earthling when he was alive. After his death, he went through a selection process and rode on this strange thing called a horse. His duty was to patrol the underworld every day. Now that he was searching according to his superior's orders, he couldn't find any similarities between these two guys and the ones in the image. He sighed and said in an uncertain tone, "Let's go. Follow me to see my superior." Hal and Sinisto wanted to resist, but without a body, the two of them had no fighting strength. Seeing that the other party's attitude was rather amiable, they knew that there was no benefit to falling out with him. They could only obediently follow him. They waved goodbye to the few extras. No one could tell whether it was a blessing or a curse. The two of them followed the knight to another small path. After walking for an unknown period of time, they stopped in front of a huge shrine. When they entered through the side door, Hal saw a huge stream of people lining up to enter in an orderly manner. As they didn't enter through the main door, they didn't see the huge statue of a certain beautiful lady in front of the main door. They had worried for nothing. After entering the shrine, they passed through a long corridor. In a small room, the undead knight reported a few words to a skeleton in a long robe. Then, he walked away briskly. The eyes of the skeleton in the long robe glowed. He also took out two wanted posters and looked at them. Without saying anything, he gestured for them to wait here before pushing open the side door and walking out. The two of them looked at each other and lost interest in bickering. There was no heartbeat or footsteps here. It was so quiet that it made them feel uncomfortable. However, their souls were stronger than the average person. They searched the room but didn't find any clues. They left alone. In the end, they didn't dare to leave. In the end, they leaned against the door and listened to the commotion outside. In the empty hall, there was only one voice echoing around. The two of them were a little far away and could only hear some words intermittently. Hami, merit, return to the human world. Budisha, useless. Take him away. Aliyah, life, excellent. Go to heaven or return to the human world. Let her choose. Take her down. The voice passed the judgment very quickly. They only listened to a few sentences, and more than 10 sentences were carried out. Most of them were useless. Only a few could return to the human world. Very, very few could go to heaven or hell. Sinisto didn't understand these terms. Although Kaluga couldn't compare to Krypton, it was still a planet with a technological civilization. All myths and legends had disappeared thousands of years ago. Although Hal was unconventional, he was still an earthling and wasn't unfamiliar with heaven or hell. He was just curious about this place. Did all the life in the universe come here? Was it a good thing or a bad thing that he and Sinisto were treated differently? The two greatest Green Lanterns muttered in their hearts. Time passed very slowly. They were like criminals waiting to be judged. The Flash had once told Hal about his experience of being sentenced to prison. At that time, Barry felt that every day was like a year. After that, he looked at his watch all the time in prison. That feeling of confusion of doing a lot of things, but in the end, only a second had passed. Hal finally experienced it today. He once mocked the Flash because of his super speed. Now, looking at himself, he wasn't much stronger. He could only sit and wait. Calm down, Hal. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Sinisto looked at him, scratching his ears and cheeks like a monkey. He felt embarrassed and couldn't help but scold him coldly. Before Hal could refute, the door was pushed open. A voice with a hint of mockery entered his ears. It really isn't a bad thing. Green Lantern Hal Jordan, I've heard a lot about you. A middle-aged man in a dark suit walked in. Even though he had never seen him before, Hal recognized him just by looking at his half-destroyed face. Two-Face. Why are you here? Chapter 934. Hal looked left and right. Was he not dead? This was somewhere in Gotham. Everything before was fake. Was it the Scarecrow's fear gas or Black Mask's mind control that caused him to hallucinate? You're in luck. I only have 1 minute, but you'd better remember everything I say. Take this, go out, turn left, and walk through a corridor. After that, you'll be in the 3rd room. Line up and go through the procedures. After saying that, the two-faced man handed each of them a slip of paper. What the hell? Hal took it and looked at it quickly. The handwriting was beautiful, strong, and extraordinary. Even if he wrote like a dog, he could tell the good from the bad. However, he could not understand the content at all. It was a font that he did not recognize. While he was in a daze, his soul automatically read the content as if he was breathing or drinking water. The general idea was that he, Hal Jordan, had contributed to the country and shed blood for the commission. Therefore, he was allowed to be resurrected. The signature was even more familiar. The lady's name was written in a flamboyant style. It was hard not to recognize it. When you return to the human world, you will forget everything that happened here. However, I sincerely remind you that even with the care of Her Majesty the Goddess, you should cherish your hard-earned life. The two-faced man finished and prepared to leave. Wait, you mean we're really dead? This piece of paper can resurrect me? Hal questioned loudly. The two-faced man looked at him like he was an idiot. Finally, he nodded helplessly. Then why don't you resurrect? Are you guilty of so many sins that you can only atone for them here? Hal pondered. Why should I be resurrected? This place is 10,000 times better than Gotham. All my old acquaintances will eventually come before me to await my judgment. Life is meaningless to me, but here. I have never proven my worth like this. What inspector? What gang leader? It's all in the past. I'm just Harvey Dante. The two-faced man was beaming with joy. There was no more madness, no more conflict between good and evil. At this moment, he was like a successful person giving pointers to Hal, a loser in life. He looked as if no one could understand his loneliness. The two-faced man shook his head gently. With a snap of his fingers, a new corridor appeared in front of them. He raised his hand and signaled for them to leave quickly. The two of them had no choice but to walk forward. Who is this fellow? Sinisto whispered to Hal when they were a distance away. Maybe he was an Earthling when he was alive. Hal was not sure if this guy was the two-faced person he knew. Submit the application, line up, wait for the review, register, and finally get approved. There was a huge process involved. After all, reviving a person was a big deal. The authority of the two-faced man could only be considered as a preliminary judge. Demigod Minus would be the final judge in the end. It was slightly different from Karen's resurrection. Hell had two modes of official resurrection and unofficial resurrection to choose from. People like Hal and the others were considered to be officially resurrected. The process was long, but there were no repercussions. During the long wait, Hal even saw a familiar person, or rather, a familiar ghost. The dead Boston Brand. This guy was currently roaming the realms of the living and the dead. There was no need to mention how comfortable he was. Even though he was the #1 ghost in the underworld, no one cared about him. Hal had a good relationship with the dead man. Sinisto knew that he would be resurrected soon, but he did not want to owe too many favors. Now that he was talking to the two people, he could only pretend to be invisible. The dead man did not talk too much about the young lady with Hal. He only talked about the things on the surface. The process in the underworld was so complicated. He would come over to chat with Hal when he had nothing to do. He gestured for the two of them to wait. Hal did not expect this companion to have such a powerful background. The goddess of death. Just the name alone was impressive. Sinisto was left with no choice. Thea was so powerful. Could he still snatch the Yellow Lantern core back? Even if he could, he would not dare to do so. The Corrigans were not long-lived. He would still end up in her hands. Even if he succeeded in seizing power, the consequences would be too severe. The two greatest Green Lanterns were killing time in the underworld. They silently criticized the underworld for its low efficiency while eagerly waiting for their own resurrection. At this moment, the physical world was already in chaos. The Guardians absorbed the power of the first lantern and used their own cells to create assimilated people. Then, they all disappeared. Before they left, they even kidnapped Ganthercide, who came to question them. Thea killed a batch of assimilated people who attacked the main planet of Ura. However, they could not stop the assimilation speed of these things. In less than an hour, a larger wave of attacks came. The Night of Darkness destroyed the outer defense of the planet. A few Guardians with sores on their heads and pus on their feet did not repair it for half a year. The Third Army that came like a tide caught the Green Lanterns off guard. Several important facilities were lost one after another. If not for Thea's timely arrival, they would have been destroyed. Now that they were facing a larger attack, they could only choose to retreat. Retreat to the main planet of the Blue Lantern Corps. Retreat quickly. Let the new medics go first. The reserves are an important supplement to the Green Lanterns. John, protect them. Kyle Rayner's limelight was stolen by the young lady in this time and space. However, his light was still as bright as the stars. That was to say, the Guardians had run away. Otherwise, he would have been the greatest Green Lantern. Guy Gardner and John Stewart, two of his fellow countrymen, although they entered the profession earlier than him, their achievements were not as good as his. The Green Lantern ring that Ganda had forged for him, coupled with Kyle's abundant emotions, the combination of the two would allow him to fight against countless enemies by himself. The Green Lanterns were quite experienced in evacuating the main planet of Ura. After all, it was less than half a year after the Night of Darkness. They methodically covered the recruits and slowly retreated to Ura. Along the way, the Blue Lanterns, Yellow Lanterns, and Green Lanterns continued to provide support. In the end, Mogo, a self-conscious baby-toothed planet, directly joined the battle. With the help of the Blue Lantern, a blue light with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers swept across the sky. Hundreds of millions of pursuers of the Third Army were wiped out. Kyle, please come with me. Her Majesty the Goddess is looking for you. The saint's face was full of sincerity as he pulled Kyle Rayner to the temple. Kyle Rayner almost stumbled. He and the saint had a very good personal relationship. Both of them were very emotional people. As Kyle's official girlfriend, Solanik, the daughter of Sinisto, even suspected that there was more than friendship between them. Slow down, Saint. I just finished a big battle. The goddess has been waiting for you for a while. Please believe me, it's really urgent. Kyle was even more embarrassed when the goddess was mentioned. He had the same thought as Batman. Was Thea a goddess or a human? She was a goddess, but she stayed on Earth every day. She went shopping from time to time and made headlines. Although she was a human, the saint worshipped her to the point of prostrating himself before her. He would often pay his respects to her. Chapter 935. It was difficult for Kyle to determine whether the relationship between the two was that of colleagues, superior and subordinate, or the relationship between a god and a believer like the saint. However, the situation was critical now, and he could only bite the bullet and pay his respects. Along the way, the saint was still talking about Thea's miracles. As someone born in a free and democratic country, Kyle Rayner's heartfelt admiration for his good friend was not a matter of joy or anger. It was a personal choice. Everyone had their own way of living, and he had no right to interfere. However, he would not kneel to a living person. Distance creates beauty and faith. When one was too close, one would naturally lack respect. Now, even if Thea rebooted the entire universe, he would not bow his head to her. This had nothing to do with personal feelings. It was completely the nature of modern people. Hi. Kyle looked at Sia, who was in front of him. She was wearing a checkered shirt and jeans. She looked no different from the way she was dressed on Earth. Compared to the saint beside him who was directly bowing to him, he could only greet her without any awkwardness. Fortunately, Thea did not dwell too much on etiquette. Her main body was still on the main planet, but she had only cast a projection for the sake of setting up the situation. "Thank you, Saint, for allowing me to speak with Kyle alone." The saint didn't say anything and walked out in a very pious manner. "Don't be nervous. I have many things to say today. Mr. Rayner, please take a seat." Thea gestured for Kyle to relax. She had done a lot of mental preparation for today's conversation. It was not for the current situation, but for a deeper purpose. "We don't know much, but we both come from Earth. I protect Earth and the universe. Everything is fair. In order to obtain more power, I can only go to a higher position." She made a very sacred opening statement. Kyle nodded to show his approval. Compared to Thea, he was a new superhero who couldn't be more new. The universe is vast. Even the Green Lantern can't defend against it. There are many other universes as well. I can't guard this void forever. The stronger I am, the greater the area I can protect. The cloudy mountain mist shield sprayed out again, and Kyle could only nod his head. This universe needs a new guardian. The future will be very dangerous. It will endanger the people around you and the entire universe. Are you willing to do this and take on this responsibility, Kyle Rayner? Her expression was so serious and holy that even an atheist like Kyle felt a shock to his soul. Perhaps she really was a deity? Was the disguise just to experience life? "Your Majesty Goddess." The way he addressed her was a little bitter, but he was familiar with it. "What can I do? As long as I can do it, I'm willing to protect this universe. However, I don't have much power." Thea had also considered leaving Kyle Rayner to fend for himself. The two of them had no relationship at all. All the talk about doing it for the peace of the universe was nonsense. She herself did not believe it. The universe was like a tide, rising and falling. It would never be peaceful. But if Kyle Rayner couldn't get the white lamp, he couldn't enter the wall of origin. At Thea's level, she could feel the lack of emotional spectrum getting more and more serious. To be honest, this universe was on the verge of collapse. If she didn't enter the wall of origin to make up for it, the result would be a universe-level Big Bang. Just the white lamp wasn't enough. Personal emotions were like dust compared to the universe. Even a planet's will like Mogo was like an ant. Someone needed to rush into the wall of origin with 7 lamp beasts to make up for the lack of emotions. For Thea, this was similar to carrying explosives to blow up a bunker. She had the power to do it, but if she didn't do it for various reasons, the world's will would completely abandon her. But she was really afraid. That was the wall of origin that even Kan Yojia could stick to. Were the ring and rush in with her eyes closed? Thea only hesitated for 2 seconds and knew she couldn't do it. There were too many uncertainties. Whether she could go in, whether she could come out, whether she could come out in person, these were all very serious questions. Or if an ordinary person could go in with a white lamp, but a new god couldn't. Was there such a possibility? She didn't dare say no. There was no instruction document on the wall of origin. Who knew if a new god could enter? Once she was stuck to the wall, everything would be over. She didn't have the courage to risk her life, so she felt that she had to throw this responsibility to Kyle Rayner. Leaning on a staff, hunched over, holding a large basin, boiling a bowl of steaming green soup, and then nervously saying, "Drink, so-and-so, this is your destiny." This scene was unjust at first glance. Fortunately, she knew the Heavenly Father. Imitating the Heavenly Father's grandeur, a bunch of nonsense really fooled Kyle. Unknowingly, Thea had transitioned from the role of an adventurer to the role of an old grandfather. Kyle Rayner was a very important chess piece in the future. Saving the universe, injecting the emotional spectrum, and conveniently bringing out the life equation, then causing the Heavenly Father to snatch it. If the Heavenly Father still maintained his original heart, then naturally there was no need to mention it. Thea wouldn't push this matter, but if the Heavenly Father was attracted by the power of the life equation and did something perverse, then it could only be said that he was unlucky. Thea would stand up at the last moment to maintain the overall situation, letting Diana snatch the God of Justice position and enter the new creation star, and she would take the life equation. She had even thought of the reason. Only death could suppress life. This plan was one step after another, but the premise was that there must be a silly boy at the front to charge and break through the enemy lines. "What should I do?" Kyle asked, puzzled. "You have to become a white lamp. You have to take this responsibility from me." The spirit of existence was skipped directly. Kyle didn't need to come into contact with it. In the future, Kyle would walk the path of merging with the 7 light beasts. The revival function and life-sharing function would all be removed. As long as his emotions could withstand the 7 light beasts, it would be enough. Although it was still difficult for ordinary people, it was much easier than Thea, who had to rely on herself to control emotions. Thea was familiar with it. With a light flick of her index finger, 6 duplicate rings flew in front of Kyle. Except for the orange lamp Laflas, who was unwilling to be suppressed by her and took 2 more seconds, the other rings came willingly. The 6 rings were reversed and turned back into emotions. 6 huge light doors appeared in front of Kyle. "Go in." Each door represents 1 emotion. When you have grasped all 7 emotions, use your own courage to adjust them. The flow of time between the 2 worlds is different, so there is no need to worry about the outside. If you are ready, then enter the door now. Kyle was quite courageous. He didn't hesitate to choose the yellow lamp of fear as his first stop. After a whole day, Kyle had just entered the 3rd door and mastered fear and hope. At this speed, he would definitely be absent from the next battle. Chapter 936. Kyle Rayner was born with an abundance of emotions. With Thea's help, she would teach him some tricks from time to time. She did not require him to be able to control the emotional energy freely. As long as he had a general impression of the 7 emotions, it would be convenient for him to fuse them later. However, this process was still very difficult. With each additional emotion, the difficulty of obtaining a new emotion would double. However, as an emotional artist, Kyle Rayner's potential was limitless. As long as he rested a little, he would be able to continue. Thea had left behind a projection to help him level up. This guy still needed a long time to master the 7 lights as one. He would not be able to make it in time for the battle of the first lantern. In fact, it would not be of much use even if he did. Her request for Kyle Rayner was to successfully fuse the 7 lantern beasts before the big event of Lights Out. Thea's main body spent more than a day before finally retrieving the correct coordinates from Guardian Halyaba's memory. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the main planet. A huge sarcophagus floated in the depths of space. There were many seals densely packed on top of it, isolating time and space. It prevented energy from entering or exiting in any form. This place did not belong to any sector. Even the Green Lantern Corps, which had dominated the universe for countless years, did not mark this place. The Guardians had set up a super-large prison in the middle of the Sea of Stars. There were meteorites everywhere, and countless planetary fragments were wandering around. Even the most advanced detectors could not find this place. However, the sarcophagus had been opened, and two groups of people were facing each other. Four Guardians who had escaped from the Black Death Emperor were discussing something in low voices. Although Gantherseed was still struggling, he was tightly bound by energy chains. Two energy pipes passed through the two of them and connected to a colorful lantern not far away. A tall figure with a seven-colored glow could be faintly seen in the lantern. He was roaring at the Guardians. On the other side of the lantern stood 8 short men. They had blue skin and were a meter tall. All of them indicated that they were of the same race as the Guardians. However, their clothes were tattered like refugees. The leader of the group was an old man whose beard almost reached his feet. "Are you crazy? Wasn't sealing the first lantern a joint decision? His energy is too dangerous, it's an uncontrollable factor." The big-headed Guardian, who had spoken to Thea several times, was expressionless at this time. He glanced at First Lamp, who was still trapped in the lantern, and slowly said, "Everything is for the peace of the universe. Emotions are the source of the turmoil of the universe. Because of greed and anger of life, it triggers the courage to resist. All of this is a cycle. Only by breaking this cycle and eliminating the emotions of all life can the universe usher in true peace. As the First Lantern Guardians, your duties will end today. Come and join us." "Nonsense. You are insulting our sacrifice and perseverance for hundreds of millions of years. You made us guard this prison for hundreds of millions of years, and now you are saying that everything is wrong. You don't deserve to be a guardian. You have lost your nature and power," the blue man with the long beard retorted loudly. "My brother, you're wrong. Could it be that you still haven't seen the truth? Life is equal. They have the right to decide where they go. The Guardians shouldn't interfere." Gans, who was tied up like a dumpling, also spoke from the side. The 3 groups of people of the same race began to quarrel fiercely. In the eyes of the Guardians and the First Lantern Guardians, they were the high and mighty masters. Ordinary people could only accept it passively. They shouldn't and couldn't raise any objections. Gans was much more open-minded. He suggested that the Guardians should completely give up their power and move behind the scenes. Such words were scolded by both sides, thinking that he had forgotten his duty. The 3 groups of people blamed each other. The young mistress hid in the dark and listened for a while. She felt that the Guardians had lived for so many years in vain. They had never recognized their position and forced their minds to fill in a bunch of responsibilities. The few of them argued over and over again. In fact, whether the universe was destroyed or not had nothing to do with them. "You guys hid so well. After doing so many bad things, aren't you afraid of going to hell?" Thea calmly walked out of the void. She first opened her eyes to look at First Lantern. The result was not bad. This guy was not strong. He was even weaker than Lady Styx. However, she also knew that he had lost his ring. Plus, he had been imprisoned for billions of years. Now, he was used as a battery to power the Third Army scattered all over the universe. It was already very good that he still had such strength after all that. "We're doing this for the peace of the universe. This shouldn't go against the new god's mission," said the big-headed Guardian whose name Thea didn't know. Purely from the perspective of death, that was indeed the case. The world of death didn't need emotions. Ridiculous. Thea looked up at the sky and laughed. Just when the Guardians thought that she was going to say something brilliant, she suddenly did a space jump. Her right hand threw out a wind blade to cut off the energy chain connecting Gans and First Lantern. At the same time, she set up a barrier in front of her. The 4 little blue men hurriedly attacked, but unfortunately, the barrier did not break at all. Seeing that they couldn't break the barrier in a hurry, the 2 Guardians could only rely on their own energy to connect to First Lantern. "Your Majesty Goddess, what you're doing is unwise. You don't understand the danger of prisoners. If you want Gans, then they're yours. Please leave." After being ambushed, a normal person would have been furious. However, the little blue men had no emotions. They were still the same as before. They were like a mechanical program. I'm neither omnipotent nor omniscient. However, I know this guy. He's a transmigrator. He traveled from tens of thousands of years in the future to your era, 10 billion years ago. Am I right? Thea grabbed Gantz and calmed down a lot. She pointed at the colorful figure in the lantern and asked. The prisoner grinned and laughed silently. The 4 guardians' faces were blank. The prison guards didn't know what she was doing and chose to watch from the sidelines. Only Gantz nodded. Your Majesty Goddess, you're right. He brought us the technology to make lantern rings. We still don't fully understand that technology. Thea nodded slightly. She said to Gantz, I'm very sorry. Based on your tone, for the peace of the universe, I have to apologize. Gansei was stunned. He didn't understand what she was talking about. Just as he asked, what, he saw Sia's jade-like fingers stabbing straight into his chest. Why are you trying to kill me? Before he could understand what was going on, he realized that the opponent wasn't attacking his body. She was attacking something of a higher level. Suddenly, he thought of something and began to resist with all his might. The 4 guardians, said, and the 8 prison guards also attacked together. Chapter 937. If she was still the goddess of soul, she might not have been able to withstand so many attacks. The Guardian's individual combat power was not inferior to Superman's. Now that the 13 little blue men were attacking together, their power was extraordinary. With so many people working together, even the wasteland wolves would be defeated. However, from her perspective, these attacks were not bad. She maintained the shield with one hand and searched Ganth's soul with the other. No. That's mine. Mine. First Lantern in the distant lantern was very aloof. He looked at them as if they were a group of ants, but Thea's sudden attack disrupted his plan. He began to struggle. Thea smiled because she found something in Ganth's soul. Although he resisted tenaciously, her level was really high. Ignoring Ganth's resistance and First Lantern's roar, she pulled out a dazzling 7-colored ring from the soul. This was the universe's first emotional ring. It was not a green or yellow light, nor did it belong to any single spectrum. It represented all the emotions in the universe. The ring did not belong to her, so it resisted with all its might. However, as a rootless duckweed, how could it resist the goddess of death? Thea cleared her mind and focused on pulling out the ring from Ganth's soul. The ring was mixed with countless threads. Under the forceful pull, the threads pulled at the soul. Ganth's face was full of pain. Bear with it, I'm very fast. What's wrong with you guys? Why did you hide this kind of ring so deep? She pulled as she complained. The soul would more or less be damaged, but this was not a problem for her. Ganda was not an ordinary person. At this level, the soul of a long-lived species was very strong. Most ordinary people would have fainted or been seriously injured, but Old Man Ganser was still able to yell and scream. As if realizing that she was determined to win, Ganda gave up resisting. Thea's movements were greatly accelerated. She had cut half of the hundreds of soul threads. Success was in sight. How dare you touch my things? You're just a primitive person. You don't deserve it. First Lantern was furious and finally revealed his trump card. With his order, the Third Army all over the universe stopped and turned towards First Lantern's direction. It was similar to the conversion process, but this time it was more thorough. Flesh, bones, and skin all turned into a ball of gelatinous substance. Then, an imperceptible light was born from it and flew into the distance. In an instant, the Third Army that covered the universe announced its end. All the assimilated people turned into lifeless mud. Morality, life, wisdom, everything related to the living was turned into a light. A light may be weak and imperceptible, but when this light spread across the universe, it was a spectacular scene. The Guardians used First Lantern's energy to function for the Third Legion, and First Lantern also used their legion to help him escape. both sides deceiving each other, and to say no one was more insidious than the other. Even though their souls were long gone, their flesh and blood still retained the emotions of the living. Some were passionate, some were greedy, and some were full of love. Their emotions were extremely weak, like fireflies in the night sky. When this number exceeded 1 billion, 10 billion, and 100 billion, even the gods could not ignore it. The Third Army carried the Guardians' dream of universal peace. They turned into beams of light and flew over from all corners of the universe, emitting colorful brilliance. It was like a sea of light rushing towards First Lantern. Quick, strengthen the prison. The Guardians did not expect First Lantern to have such a big move. They did not care about Thea and worked together to strengthen First Lantern's prison. The 8 First Lantern guards worked the hardest. The little blue man with a long beard clenched his teeth so hard that the veins on his forehead popped. He seemed to be using some kind of secret technique just to split a little more energy from his body to strengthen the prison. Unfortunately, their strengthening was like a drop in the bucket in front of the beams of light. They were long-lived species and could fight against 10,000, but in front of 100 billion, they were just mortals. It was not only the intelligent life that fought against them, but also First Lantern, who had been plotting for a long time. Haha. You primitive people tremble in front of me. In First Lantern's crazy laughter, the prison was shattered. The long-bearded guard, who worked the hardest, fainted from the energy backlash. The last defense set up by the Guardians was like a thin layer of paper, and it was broken with a gentle push. And this only consumed a small amount of energy from the sea of light. The remaining energy began to gather in First Lantern's body, and his strength began to grow. Thea looked at him from the corner of her eyes. First Lantern had expanded from the size of a normal person to a few hundred meters tall. The nerves and blood vessels in his body were replaced by colorful emotional light, and his face was majestic and oppressive. If Hal Jordan and the others saw this guy, they might be shocked. The energy gathered by billions of intelligent life was not something that could be defeated by the Lantern Ring. No matter how united they were, it was useless. Not to mention 7 lanterns, even 70 lanterns would be useless. There was a qualitative difference between them. The probability of an ant defeating an elephant was almost negligible. Only a higher-level beast could defeat an elephant. But this guy was only a few hundred meters tall. He had no problem scaring the lanterns. Looking at the energy that was so dense that it was almost solid, it was as if the universe trembled when he moved his arms. First Lantern could defeat 1,000 or 10,000 lanterns with this energy. But in Thea's eyes, it was a little flashy. The energy was too superficial, and he was unable to restrain it, which resulted in his huge body. Darkseid was only 3 meters tall. That was the height of his race. Thea also maintained a height of 1.8 meters. It was not that they could not become a few hundred meters tall, but it was meaningless except for being laughed at by people of the same level. For someone like First Lantern, who had too much energy and could not restrain it, speed was definitely his shortcoming. Other than becoming a big target, he was not of much help in a battle of the same level. Is this the ring that you've traveled through billions of years to get your hands on? Thea suddenly exerted her strength. She did not care if it would cause damage to Ganda and violently cut off all the soul connections. A ring that emitted countless colors of light appeared in the palm of his hand. She had noticed it when she first came into contact with it. This ring was also the origin, or rather, the ring was the new god. It represented emotion. Just like Mitron's chair of Mobius, whoever sat on the chair would be the god of knowledge. Rather than saying that Mitron was the god of knowledge, it was more accurate to say that the chair was the god of knowledge. This ring had the same effect. Whoever wore the ring would be the god of emotion. Emotion was not as good as death, but it was similar to good and evil. It was a necessary trait for intelligent life. If there were no emotions, then it wouldn't be considered a life. Now that Thea had reached the limit of the divine seat, she had to give up a divine seat to obtain a new one. Chapter 938. In Halyuba's memory, she saw the entire process of the first ring's forging. First Lantern, as an ambitious young man, first came to the Guardians who were still young and inexperienced 10 billion years ago. With some sweet words, he taught them how to forge rings using the emotional spectrum. The first ring not only contained the emotions that the guardians abandoned, but also First Lantern's ambition. This ring was the entirety of his conspiracy. Unfortunately, his image as a good young man was shattered too early. At that time, the Guardians were no longer in their prime, but they still worked together to seal First Lantern with the ring. After that, the ring was taken away and sealed in Ganth's soul. Thea tried to feel it carefully. The ring was the origin, but the origin was not the ring. If she wore the ring, she would only be borrowing the power of emotions. This thing had nothing to do with her. It would be stupid to give up one's position just to borrow a part of the power. The result was a little disappointing. Emotions were a high-level origin, not as deep as death, but on the same level as justice and evil. If it did not conflict with her, she could absorb it with some effort. But this ring was different. It was too complicated. Not only did it contain the source that represented the deity position of emotions, but it also contained the emotions of the little blue men and the First Lantern. They used their own emotions as bait to capture this source. Billions of years had caused several substances to mix together. Just like the previous death, Sia had to spend a lot of effort to purify the impurities. To use this ring freely was more troublesome than death. She did not have much understanding of emotions. There were too many emotions in intelligent life, and it was not an exaggeration to say that there were 70 or even 700 emotions. In the end, she might waste her original path of death. She really did not want to try. Also, death had a poor tolerance. The previous trait of wealth had a first-come, first-served problem. They were the foundation for Thea to bear death, so they were barely compatible. This god of emotions was completely foreign. Death did not care about it at all. If Thea forcefully fused with it, who knew what would happen? Useless. She sighed. If this thing was in First Lantern's hands, it would definitely increase his power. But in her hands, it would at most be an unsuitable collectible. But the enemy would be much weaker, and she could get the drops in advance. No matter how she looked at it, it was a good thing. Then, under First Lamp's furious gaze, she kept the ring in her bag. Moreover, he revealed a radiant smile to Chu Deng. What kind of man are you if you can only stare at me? If you have the ability, come and hit me. First Lantern was so angry that his teeth were itching. His original plan was to wait until the Third Army had developed to its largest scale. Then, when the Guardians were at their most high-spirited, he would flip the table and enjoy their horrified gazes. Finally, he would use Black Tiger Steel's heart to obtain the ring that had been sealed in Ganth's soul. This way, not only would he be able to slap the face of the enemy, but he would also be able to reach the peak of his life. Not only did he want to destroy his enemies physically, but he also wanted to destroy their minds and wills. This kind of counterattack was very suitable for him. He had been holding back for countless years to achieve this goal, and now he was about to succeed. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, he had imagined many scenarios, but he had always focused on the little blue men. He had never thought that a woman he had never met would jump out. If you want to flip the table, go ahead and flip it. Why did he ruin my plan? Not only did Thea flip his table, she also stole his job. If it were an ordinary person, he would have charged over and split Mount Hua in half, but First Lantern was no ordinary person. He glared at Thea fiercely. In this time and space, everyone in this world was primitive in his eyes. He had no intention of asking for her name. He opened his hands, and light flashed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple mixed with many emotions flew out from his palms. The strands of emotion were like countless butterflies. They danced and used their insignificant strength to grab at the void. Thousands of strands of light gathered into a beam of light. Relying on this powerful energy, First Lantern tore a crack in the real world. He wanted to change the timeline and return himself to the point before Thea came. Even if he had to flip the table, he had to take back his job. A wise choice. Thea sighed. First Lantern did not come to snatch the ring from her. Instead, he went back to the source. This meant that he had not been blinded by the sudden increase in power. He could still make the best judgment for himself. Above all, war was war. Next, war was war. At this level, fighting was the same. Even with Darkseid's bad temper, he would try his best not to fight if he could. Going back to the timeline and not fighting with Thea, eliminating all the unfavorable factors before the germinal organization, this was a very smart choice. However, he still underestimated Thea. This move was invincible against Sinisto and Hal, but it was nothing in front of Thea. "You're unlucky to have met me." In this day and age, those who dared to set foot in the timeline more or less had something to rely on. If First Lantern dared to attack, Thea also had her own ways to counter. This was her timeline, and First Lantern came from thousands of years in the future. Thea naturally had the home field advantage. Furthermore, she had someone in the timeline. Speed and Ballistic received the order. Time was tight and the mission was important, so they did not have time to change their avatars. 2 streaks of blue light ran out. In the blink of an eye, they cut off the connection between First Lantern and the timeline. Converging into a beam of light was indeed terrifying, but its essence was still a beam of broken light. Individual emotions were extremely fragile. As long as one had patience, even an ordinary person could solve it. The two of them divided the work well. They ran like crazy. They cut the timeline while Thea closed the gap in the real world. Before First Lantern could understand what was going on, he was already forced out. First Lantern had never seen an extremely fast person before, but that did not stop him from attacking these 2 ants. The huge amount of energy gave him the ability to change reality, but the 2 extremely fast people were hiding outside of time, so he did not have a place to attack. As a combination of emotions, his speed was as slow as a turtle. Changing reality, twisting the timeline, and a few extraordinary powers could not be used. Facing an extremely fast person, he really did not have a good way to deal with them. The emotional impact was very strong, but if he could not hit the enemy, it would be a waste of effort. First Lantern tore the timeline again, but he was still blocked. Thea directly used legendary magic to test the waters. Hundreds of flaming meteorites were pulled out from the void. This was not her first time fighting in space. Meteorite magic was extremely powerful on the ground, but there was no gravity in space, so its power was instantly reduced by half. However, First Lantern was a few hundred meters tall, flashing with a rainbow light. He was so ostentatious in front of the goddess of death. Thea felt that if she did not smash his head, she would be letting down his big body. As for the lack of gravity in space, that was also a small problem. Thea imitated First Lantern's mental power and made a beacon. Then, all the meteorites seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and crashed straight into First Lantern. Chapter 939. Facing the overwhelming meteor shower, First Lamp was not afraid at all. There was even a look of disdain in his eyes. He waved his left hand, and the violent fire elements were appeased. The heavy earth elements were disintegrated, and the sharp wind elements also stopped howling. Everything has emotions, and these things of yours are no exception. As a scientist, First Lamp did not know what magic was, but he knew how energy was formed and could control the emotions of elements. Magic was no secret to him. When the fire elements were no longer violent, the earth elements lost their weight, and the wind elements lost their speed, this legendary spell naturally could not continue. Thea could not help but sigh. Magic could be said to be successful at the level of mortals, but at the higher levels, it was not very effective. In terms of life essence, this First Lamp was not a god. At most, he was an amalgamation of emotional energy. However, his energy was huge. In terms of magnitude, it was already beyond her or Darkseid. It was even comparable to the spirit. It was just that he did not know how to use it. This energy was enough, but it did not belong to him at all. As time went by, First Lamp's energy started to show signs of decline. Emotions were not normal. Ordinary people could not always live passionately. It was normal to be indifferent. This showed the value of lanterns. Otherwise, if everyone on the street had courage and willpower, why didn't the green light choose them? Because ordinary people lacked endurance when it came to emotions. After absorbing the emotions of billions of intelligent beings, First Lamp's energy was fluctuating. The general trend was going downhill. As a mortal, he could control so much energy. Without the help of the ring, First Lamp could only do some simple and crude work. Like tearing the timeline, there was no technique to speak of. His method of breaking magic was not very brilliant. He was just taking drastic measures. There were too many intelligent beings in the universe. There might be life forms like the fire and water elements that were later assimilated by the Third Army and turned into the source of First Lamp's emotions. After all, elements were not inanimate objects. It was not too ridiculous to say that they had emotions. First Lamp took Thea's attack effortlessly. This made him even more confident of his strength. He even smiled mockingly at Thea, as if to say, "You are not that great. How dare you look down on my magic? Here's a small gift for you." Thea said it was a small gift, but it wasn't small at all. With the godhood of death, her attainments in magic had long surpassed those of her predecessors, perhaps even far surpassing them. She might still be lacking in details, but her horizons were different. Even if all the great wizards from ancient times were gathered together, they would not be able to see as far and as deep as her. If ordinary people's spells were divided according to the weave's level, they would be ranked from the 1st to the 9th circle. Spells above the 9th circle could be considered legendary spells, and the weave had almost no effect on such spells. It all depended on the caster's own conditions. All legendary mages could cast level 10 spells, and a small number of them could reach level 11. As for the few people who could leave their names in the history of magic with the highest combat power, they could cast spells up to the 12th circle. Legendary mages often looked down on the gods because some spells could not be cast by them. For example, Ares, Diana. They were too focused on their own power, and even casting time stop took a lot of effort. As for a mage-type deity like Sia, it was easy for her to reach the 11th or 12th circle. Relying on her high realm and solid foundation, she was going to mobilize the divine power of death and the magic power of the universe to cast an unprecedented 13-circle spell. Even though she had made some preparations beforehand, this spell still took some time. Meteorite was an excellent camouflage. While First Lamp was proudly showing off, it bought her 5 seconds. Her hands moved quickly, and countless mysterious runes were quickly drawn. A huge number of magic circles were connected to each other, piling up layer upon layer. The total amount of magic power Thea poured into them was at least equivalent to 10 great wizards of Merlin's level. A grandfather clock hundreds of meters tall was created. The grandfather clock was not affected by the environment, as if it had been suspended in this universe since ancient times. It was thick and heavy, as if it had experienced countless years. The body of the clock was dark black, and the sun, moon, and stars were carved in relief. The dial was golden yellow, which was made from the fragments of time shattered by the anti-watchers. The needle was illusory, sometimes visible, sometimes invisible. It was filled with Thea's understanding of time. The crisp sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire universe. All intelligent life felt a sense of helplessness fill their hearts. It was as if they had encountered their natural enemy. They were helpless, and in the face of the end of everything, some cried, some laughed. With just a crisp sound, the universe quieted down. This was the sound of the bell of fate. The main body of the grandfather clock was still in the hands of Big Brother Fate. Thea went to the Endless Clan from time to time, and naturally saw this thing. Big Brother Fate did not care. "Look at it if you want to, I have no objections even if you want to smash it." Thea was not so daring as to smash the entire Bell of Fate, but that did not stop her from simulating a part of its functions. Even with the support of a huge amount of magic, she had seen it with her own eyes, and after putting in a lot of effort, she could only simulate 1/10 of its functions. The body of the grandfather clock was created with magic, but she borrowed the divine power of death to draw the projection of Big Brother Fate's clock over. First Lantern looked at it for a long time, but could not figure out the use of summoning a large clock. In his era, such primitive mechanical creations could only be found in fossils. He snorted, "Boring trick. Although he said it was boring, he was actually very afraid. As the embodiment of the emotions of all living beings, he had super high resistance to all kinds of abnormal conditions. However, his resistance to the source of damage like fate was very weak. It could even be said that it was thousands of times more powerful. First lantern of the original spacetime was instantly destroyed by Black Death Emperor. The problem was that his embodiment only had strength, but no realm to support it. The grandfather clock seemed to be mocking him. The golden dial shone, showing his childhood in a trance, the scene of him being imprisoned by the protectors. It also showed that he would meet his death today. How could it be? You must be kidding me. First Lantern did not hesitate. His body rose again. No matter what this broken clock was, he was confident that he could shatter it. He had traveled through countless years to this point in time. He wanted to be a god and enjoy the worship of all living beings. He did not want to be a stepping stone for primitive people. Anger, greed, fear, courage, hope, pity, love. The seven lantern core could not represent all emotions. There were many more, such as hatred, pain, numbness, regret, excitement, and joy. These were the source of his strength. Chapter 940. Countless positive and negative emotions merged together. Without the ring as a foundation, First Lamp was controlling the emotions of all beings as a mortal. He felt like his head was about to explode, and he was extremely frustrated. It's all because of this clock. He ignored Thea, and colorful lights began to shine. Space seemed to be torn apart. First Lamp used all his strength and punched the clock. This punch was not physical strength, but emotional strength. It contained his own greed, the fear, hope, courage, and other emotions that the little blue men had abandoned, and more of the emotions that the Third Army had captured from all the intelligent beings in the universe. Dong! The grandfather clock rang for the second time after it was summoned. The young mistress had already run back to the underworld before he was about to ring the clock. The little blue men did not know how powerful it was, and were watching the show from afar. The sound of the clock whistled past. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor was there a magnificent scene. Other than the long-bearded guard who had already fainted, the other 13 little blue men all spat out blood. Ced was afraid that Gonla would be hurt, so he put up a shield in front of him, but how could fate resist? Ced's shield did not work at all. The sound of the clock was like a breeze, gently brushing past their hearts. The next moment, it felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. The sound of the clock caused their spiritual strength to fluctuate, rising and falling. It was the first time these immortals had seen such a strange attack. Even with billions of years of knowledge, they did not have any effect. They all fainted without a sound. Thea ran away, and the guard fainted. First Lamp, who bore the brunt of the attack, was the unluckiest. Others only fainted due to mental trauma, but because he was an amalgamation, he was hit 1,000 times harder than normal. 1/5 of the emotional energy that made up his body was instantly scattered, and his huge body shrunk. First Lamp tried his best to restrain the uncontrollable spiritual strength, and barely recovered his consciousness. But the energy that was scattered could never be recovered. Their fate was over. There were very few existences who could resist fate, but First Lamp was not one of them. Even though he had a huge amount of energy, he was still a scheming mortal who had transmigrated from thousands of years in the future. The Bell of Fate felt that it had been provoked. This was the first time it had seen someone throw a punch at it. Following its instincts, it began to fight back. The needle on the golden dial started to spin. It was not spinning very fast, but First Lamp felt that his time was starting to blend into this timeline. No. You can't do this. I don't belong here. Previously, he had tried his best to tear apart time. Now, it was finally his turn to taste the consequences. You were chatting quite happily just now. Don't you like the timing? Then you can stay here. Time did not like to be toyed with, nor did it like to be offended. Those who tried to control time would have to pay the price in the end. For First Lamp, he had not yet been born at this point in time. If he was solidified, what awaited him was obliteration. He began to resist with all his might. Previously, he had tried all sorts of ways to squeeze into the timeline. Now that the timeline was forcefully pulling him in, he began to push back. This was the wonders of fate. The golden dial seemed to have infinite power, firmly grabbing the first light and pulling it into the timeline. The other party naturally resisted with all his might, but at this moment, Thea quietly ran back. He was overjoyed when he saw this. The bell of fate was much stronger than she had imagined. If First Lamp did not have more tricks up his sleeve, he would be dead for sure. The Black Death Emperor could cut off all his emotional connections and then kill him with a single scythe. Thea and the Black Death Emperor walked different paths and could not be copied. But she had her own way. Looking at the temporarily trapped First Lamp, she laughed heartily. She took out the blood-soaked night sky sword and stabbed at First Lamp's head. The murderous aura on the sword was almost tangible. Thea didn't need to pose or make any feints to deal with it. First Light was now like a target. Although its body had shrunk by 1/5, its head was still more than 10 meters tall. It could be stabbed with its eyes closed. This sword was like thunder, crossing the distance of space and carrying with it the power of death. No matter how many emotions you had, or how many intelligent beings you had, her target was the source. As long as the main body was killed, all the other emotions would disappear instantly. If he took this sword head-on, he would definitely die. After all, the Black Death Emperor's scythe was remade. The recipe was different, but the taste was still the same. First Lamp understood that he had to dodge this sword. He burst out all his potential and gathered a sea of emotions in his body. Countless positive and negative emotions were no longer mediated. Instead, they were allowed to oppose each other and then exploded. There was no sound, no fire, but relying on the violent explosion, First Lamp not only escaped the pull of the Bell of Fate, but also left Thea's attack range. As the price, his body exploded from the middle into 2 halves. Countless emotional energy turned into nothingness and returned to the world, but more of it was sucked in by the Bell of Fate along with the other half of his body. No. First Lamp was like a resentful woman, futilely shouting at the Bell of Fate. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Although he was not fixed in this timeline, he was missing a part of himself. Although this timeline would not erase him, he was a complete anomaly. It was the same for his original timeline. It was neither there nor here. Both of his feet stepped on a different timeline. A large amount of information began to rush into his brain. His originally clear memories began to blur. He felt that he was a scientist hundreds of millions of years in the future, and then he felt that he was a lucky person who picked up a ring in this time and space. First Lamp had never heard of Zhuang Zhou Meng Dai, but the meaning was still the same. The future, the present, the two memories entangled with each other. There was the people in the future cheering for him, and there was the imprisonment in this time and space for hundreds of millions of years. Which one was the real him? The young lady saw that he was in a daze. Without thinking, she raised her hand and summoned her divine power for another sword strike. Under the influence of the strong external force, First Lamp temporarily gave up on philosophical questions. The part that he had lost was considered lost. Now that his body was still there, his energy body operated and returned to human form. However, his body was reduced by half again. He was now only 80 meters tall. Facing Thea's fatal attack, he made a prompt decision. If he could not beat her, he had to run. He looked at the Bell of Fate with hatred. This giant bell was still standing there, as if it was saying, "Little guy, come and hit me again if you dare." First Lamp could only shout that he could not afford to provoke her. He had a faint feeling that if he was given some time, he could still find the missing part. Fate was fair to everyone. In fate, there were fixed numbers and variables. The missing part was fixed, but it was not unchangeable. Unfortunately, he lacked time now. Chapter 941. With half of her body missing, Thea had surpassed First Lamp in every aspect, be it energy, realm, usage, or understanding of the rules. Her light sword had already enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of meters. First Lamp couldn't help but rejoice. There were benefits to his smaller body. It was much easier to move through space than before. With a whoosh, he broke through space and fled, trying to get rid of the fiend behind him. Don't run. Stop right there. First Lantern ran in front like a thief, while Sia chased after him with her sword raised like the owner of the lost item. I should have brought a helper. Thea thought embarrassedly. Her top fighters like Fiora, Mingi, and Guangdong could delay First Lamp for a few moves, and she could kill him in one strike. In the original space-time, First Lamp had nothing to do, so he went to tease Sinisto and destroyed Kruga. In the end, he was furious to the extreme. Sinisto and the Parallax monster combined to stall First Lamp, creating an opportunity for the Black Death Emperor. Now, Kruga was fine, while Sinisto was still waiting to be resurrected in the underworld. Without anyone to help, First Lamp ran away like a rabbit. Thea could only chase after him with her sword. A sure kill attack needed to be prepared, and she couldn't kill him with a casual strike. As long as she accumulated divine power, her speed would be affected, and her opponent would have a chance to run away. If she didn't accumulate divine power, it would be useless to chase after him. Thea regretted not bringing a few helpers. She didn't know that First Lamp didn't feel good either. He had endured for so many years, and just as he escaped, his dream of returning to the original spacetime with great power collapsed. He couldn't go back to show off. What was he trying to do for so many years? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. However, he didn't dare to go back and fight with Thea for 300 rounds. He could only vent his anger on the planets by the roadside. He grabbed a planet about the size of the moon, ignored the cries of the intelligent life on it, ran to the side of the planet, and threw it at Thea. Damn! Thea was shocked. When Batman and the clown were chasing each other on the road, the clown would at most throw a bomb or rocket behind him. This person in front of her, on the other hand, threw a planet. The planet wasn't big, and there weren't many intelligent life forms. But she couldn't ignore it. Even if she wasn't a hero of justice, she couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Thea raised her middle finger from afar. Ignoring the enemy, she quickly pushed the planet back into its original orbit. It was not enough to simply put it back into its original orbit. Rotation and revolution had to be considered. If the force was too strong or too weak, the planet would fly out of the protoplanetary system in 2 days or collide with a fixed star. She would have to bear the responsibility for the disaster that would result. Destruction was far more difficult than construction. The young mistress had to think about a lot of problems every second, such as the rotation speed of the planet, the strength of the gravity, and even the changes in the magnetic field, the alternation of day and night, and so on. A single mistake would cause the planet's environment to change. Actually, it didn't matter to the planet, but to the intelligent life forms, even the slightest change would be a world-ending disaster. She was afraid that she had made a mistake in her calculations, so she called for extreme speed to go to 10 years later to take a look. When she found that everything was normal, she continued her mad chase. If she had wasted any more time, First Lantern would have disappeared. However, before she could catch up, the other party threw another planet at her. Should she save them? He had to be saved. There were more people on this planet. After correcting 3 planets in a row, the young mistress couldn't take it anymore. This was simply endless. She could only activate the great summoning spell. She called for help. Diana, who had the mother box, was summoned over immediately. How could a green fitness exercise like pushing planets not involve Superman? Not only Superman, but Thea also dragged Supergirl, who was an otaku at home, out. After a simple conversation with the 3, Thea asked Diana to wear the purple lamp so that she could sense her position at any time. She left the 3 dumbfounded to correct the planets while she traversed space to chase after First Lantern. The 3 initially thought that this was just physical work, but they didn't expect to find that this was definitely mental work as soon as they pushed the planet into its orbit. Supergirl was a bad student. Even though calculus belonged to elementary school knowledge on Krypton, she was still a bad student. Bro Superman also didn't like to study. He clearly had a super mind, but he didn't become a scientist after graduation. Instead, he became a reporter. Diana was the best student of the three, but she also liked swords, food, and fancy clothes more than science. It was really difficult for her to calculate the planet's orbit. The three looked at each other and didn't have any good ideas. They weren't Thea. Although the young mistress was a little lazy, her title was still a doctor. If the three of them didn't want to see intelligent life die in vain, they could only continue to ask for help. Diana found Jianghu, the secretary who had a super long-distance connection to Earth, and quickly explained the situation. The secretary directly found the remaining members of the main alliance and asked them to help calculate the planet's orbit. Batman was worthy of being called an all-rounder. He was able to use the existing technology on Earth to send the Watchtower space base into orbit. He was very knowledgeable in astronomy, and Mr. Excellent wasn't far behind. With the help of the Flash and the AI, the results were sent to the three of them. They had just solved this problem when Thea started to call for help again. They could only follow up. First Lamp saw that Thea was worried and was overjoyed. The number of lives in the universe had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Thea was hesitant, he was even more motivated. Pushing the planet was too troublesome. After all, he had lost more than half of his energy. He couldn't move a large planet at all. However, this person was indeed sinister. He had started to tamper with the planet's interior. Thea could only do the preliminary work and left the rest to the three of them. The three of them sent the analysis results to the think tanks on Earth and asked them to help think of a solution. The planet has been deflected 180 degrees. The north and south magnetic poles have reversed. What do we do? Waiting online, urgent. The star has shifted. The entire galaxy has changed. What do we do? Waiting online, urgent. Half of the planet has been pulled into the black hole. What do we do? Waiting online, urgent. A bunch of messy problems were sent back to Earth. Batman was sweating profusely. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't handle it. His brain was also made of flesh, not a supercomputer. He had never thought about many things that were too obscure. He could only call for help. Those with doctorates in the main alliance were called over. Firestorm, the fat old man, the Atom Man, the Frost Killer, Barbara, a doctorate in archives management, and Cisco Ramon, a civilian scientist who didn't have a doctorate. A bunch of people were called over to help. With the team's efforts, they finally resolved all kinds of disasters. If this was a game, then everyone's astronomy knowledge would definitely be increased by a level. Chapter 942. Thea didn't know that a bunch of people on Earth were so busy that they were vomiting blood. In order to catch up with First Lamp, the 7 Lantern Corps, including the Red Lantern and the Orange Lantern Corps, were all called over to stop the enemy. Laughless was also unwillingly pulled out by threats and promises. In her opinion, the Orange Lantern was the only one who could exchange a few blows with First Lamp, even though this guy's IQ was too low. She didn't need the Lantern Corps' soldiers to deal much damage to First Lamp, as long as they could report their whereabouts and be able to stop him at the critical moment. Stop. At the critical moment, the Green Lantern Guy Gardner made a contribution. His position was not far from First Lamp. His courage was second only to Hal Jordan. The word fear did not exist in Guy Gardner's dictionary. He was the kind of person who dared to kick God. He raised his ring and a green sledgehammer appeared. He swung his arm, and with a crisp bam, he smashed First Lamp, who had already taken a step forward, out of the crack in space. The effect of power was mutual. Emotions followed the same principle. Using a single emotion to hit a collective of 50 billion emotions was like using one's head to smash a rock. Guy Gardner only saw stars and had a splitting headache. He endured and swallowed a mouthful of blood. However, he achieved his goal of stopping the enemy. Thea finally appeared in front of First Lamp again. Your end is here. Thea held the sword with both hands and mobilized all her divine power of death. The sword went straight for First Lamp's heart. She wanted to end it with one blow. Still unable to believe that he would fall in this barbaric era, First Lamp didn't even know Thea's name. Facing a sure-kill attack, he mobilized all his emotional power and tried to communicate with the surrounding environment. He couldn't change the cause. He wanted to change the result. The empty space instantly changed. The stars disappeared, and Guy Gardner, who was not far away, became a passerby. Everything seemed to have returned to Earth. The battlefield became the White House and a small Belgian village. He tried to find the crack in Sia's heart and create his own escape route. After chasing for half a day, he finally had some understanding of the divine power of death. He didn't know what it was called, but it was very pure. As long as he destroyed this purity, there was a way out. He could even fight back. Thea snorted. If this little trick could bewitch her, the grass on her grave would be 3 feet tall. At the same time, he despised First Lamp. Even when death was at hand, he still did not have the courage to fight. It was no wonder that the little blue man had imprisoned him for 10 billion years. He lacked the magnanimity that a powerhouse should have, and his personality was too poor. Die. There were no impassioned words, nor were there any heroic words. The black long sword in his hand crossed the distance and stabbed into First Lamp's chest. Spare me, I don't know you. First Lamp was still trying to resolve her hostility with words. Unfortunately, the divine power of death passed through the layers of energy and found his true body. Thea's gaze also followed the godly power. She saw that in the deepest part of First Lamp's enormous body, an ordinary-looking young man with slightly curly hair was pleading with her with a face full of fear. This ambitious schemer who had transmigrated from billions of years in the future had never told the guardian his real name. His eyes were filled with disbelief as her sword pierced through his heart. There was still a trace of doubt on the young man's face. Was he going to die just like that? Was the earth-shattering energy of no use at all? Altering the timeline and distorting reality. This guy was practically the synonym of invincibility in Thea's eyes back then. Now, she had killed him as easily as a chicken. Thea could not describe how she felt. She only knew that she had to continue working hard. In order to prevent others from killing her like this, she had to walk to a higher place. She let out a long breath. Seeing First Lamp fall to the ground like a mountain, her heart was filled with endless emotions. No, what do I have to do with him? What's there to be emotional about? Her emotions were unreasonable. Thea could not be said to have a heart of stone, but she was experienced. Would she even feel emotional about the death of a nobody? Then let's not do anything serious. Her eyes flashed green. The eye of obliteration was drawn but not released. The scene in front of her shattered like glass. She was still in space. Guy Gardner, who was not far away, seemed to want to come over and help. Only 1 second had passed in her time, and First Lantern did not fall at all. Instead, he looked at her in horror. My sword should have hit you. The god of death does not lie. How are you still alive? Missy was puzzled. She looked at First Lamp from head to toe. She did not expect him to answer her question. After thinking for a while, she said, you used some kind of delaying method, right? You pushed the fatal attack to 200 years later? That's a good technique. Come and take my sword again if you can. Using energy to delay the fatal attack and using emotions to influence Thea unknowingly. First Lamp did have some tricks up his sleeve. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. No matter how beautiful these tricks were, they were useless. You're pissing me off. First Lamp was forced into a dead end. He could only reveal his last card. A 5-colored giant that looked exactly like him walked out of his body. The two looked at each other with a paralyzed expression. However, the one that came later was more serious and wooden. There was no spirit in his eyes, like a puppet. This time, Milady was completely surprised. This guy had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He had delayed the fatal attack and used emotions to confuse Sia. Then, according to the Flash, he had created a time remnant without anyone noticing, creating a self that was parallel to his own timeline. First Lamp was very clever at using emotions. This was not surprising, After all, this was his original plan. However, Thea did not expect him to be so involved in time. Unlike the time remnant created by the extreme speed, First Lamp used his own energy to create one. When he used his ultimate move, Thea was not idle either. She first sealed the space around them to prevent him from escaping. First Lamp's move was useless other than scaring people. He had been imprisoned for billions of years and had zero combat experience. He was a little too confident, thinking that two of him could defeat the enemy. However, that was not the case at all. Could two wasteland wolves defeat Darkseid? Could two Guangdong beat Thea? The higher the level of a battle, the less effective it would be to have more people. However, she did not underestimate her opponent. Her long sword raised a pale gray hurricane, blocking the wooden First Lamp's attack. At the same time, she targeted the original body and attacked. The divine power of death made her the fastest in the world. However, speed was clearly her opponent's weakness. The ink-black night sky sword kept causing wounds on First Lamp's body. Compared to his huge body, the wounds were very small. First Lamp was like a body of pure energy. He did not have blood. What flowed out was a type of energy. After several attacks, he could not hit Thea. Not only did the two First Lamps not help, but they were also a mess. Chapter 943. Guy Gardner was ready to help. In order to protect his pride, Thea could only let him be in charge of holding back. However, after 3 moves, he had to retreat helplessly. He couldn't fight and had been dodging the skills. This was not a game, there was no rule that teammates could not be hurt. Whether it was Thea or First Lantern, the attack range was very wide. If he didn't want to go to the underworld to find his old friend Hal Jordan, he had to dodge back and forth at full speed. Instead of risking a few hits, it was better to watch from the side. As Guy Gardner retreated to the side to help, Thea's attacks became fiercer. Although she couldn't play a fatal blow, the divine power of death still had its own uniqueness. Thea went at full speed, slashing at First Lantern, who was as big as a mountain. His opponent's speed was far slower than his, and his body was big, so it was not convenient for him to turn around. The battlefield of the two gradually descended from space to a planet. Thea saw that there were many intelligent beings here, so she naturally thought of their plan. They still wanted to play the same old game. Guy, you go to the battlefield. Carol, Laughlies, you came at the right time. Go help. She just asked Green Lantern to save people. Whether or not he could save them, this gesture had to be made. As soon as she finished speaking, Purple Lantern Carol Ferris and Orange Lantern also arrived. Thea was overjoyed. Why don't you all go together? The battlefield was tens of thousands of kilometers long. She tried to use less large-scale magic. To the intelligent life forms on this planet, it was as if they were sitting at home when disaster came from the sky. They could only see a 5-colored brilliance in the sky for one moment, and then a black curtain that engulfed the world in the next. Praying, hugging and crying together, they couldn't do anything in the face of disaster. I'll ask Santa Claus to send you a gift later. Go help. Thea kicked away Laughlies, who didn't want to move. Orange Lantern happily joined in the rescue. This guy waved his hand and summoned an army. His efficiency was unusually high. You can't kill me with this attack. We have no grievances, so why do you keep chasing me? First Lantern was very passive. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't run. Thea's sword could destroy tens of thousands of his feelings, but what was the use? He still had 50 billion emotions, so the tens or hundreds of thousands that were cut off were nothing. Of course it's useful. Your vision is too narrow and you're neglecting yourself. Thea let out a long sigh. It was actually quite tiring to keep moving at high speed. Being called narrow-minded by a primitive woman, First Lantern was not happy. He moved quickly and took a step forward, ready to launch a surprise attack while Thea was talking. However, he found his own problem, a big problem. His originally colorful body now seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of gauze. It was gray but very fine. Today is your doomsday. Everything is over. First Lamp's body was a little stiff. The effect of this state was actually not long. It was an application of the dead mixed soul. The two positions were very compatible, but Thea did not understand it well enough. She lacked tens of thousands of years to settle down. The combination of the two was very shallow, but it was enough to deal with First Lamp. There was no time to delay. Thea once again saw the young man with great ambition but little talent in his body. He was pierced by the black sword for the second time. After fighting for half a day, First Lantern could only buy himself a few more minutes of life. It was meaningless. Leaving his main body twitching on the ground, she pointed her sword at Remnant Time. This time, it was even simpler. In less than a minute, he was killed. Remnant Time turned into dust. He did not belong here. He was squeezed out of the timeline the moment he lost his life. Thea flew to First Lantern's side and looked down at this opponent. His huge body started to wither, from his fingers to his arms to his neck. The emotional energy lost its support and dissipated in space like a candle in the wind. The expression on First Lantern's face could be described as strange. I will return again. Even if my life form has changed, perhaps I am no longer myself, there will be a time when I return. That is the night before dawn. This is the scene that fate has shown me. First Lantern's face was already shrouded in the black air of death. He raised his arm, only to find that his fingers had already turned into dust. When all the emotional energy left, his life would come to an end. This was the power of time. He was still immortal. Relying on emotions as support, he had already lived for 10 billion years. His human body had long reached its end. Emotions have abandoned me. Next time, I will return as an enemy of emotions. First Lantern cracked open his mouth and made an extremely arrogant declaration. Then, he turned into a pile of gravel in his laughter. What's with the arrogance? Is this guy dead? Guy Gardner rubbed his head. Seeing that their battle had ended, he slowly flew over. Carol and Laughless were also looking forward to the answer. Thea looked at them with a strange expression. He should be considered dead. She had some guesses about the specifics, but could not tell them in detail. First Lantern actually made a vow like a great ambition before he died. Although he was immortal, he had enough energy. As the saying went, the unity of all people, gathering all emotions, could indeed make the impossible possible. This was a variable in fate. He wanted to return on the eve of dawn and destroy all emotions. Fate neither agreed nor disagreed with his bold words. It was extremely neutral. Was it a lights-out event? Thea thought to herself. It did not look like it. Lights out was actually a form of protection for the universe. It prevented the emotional spectrum from drying up and causing the Big Bang. From the perspective of the universe and the gods, it was a good thing. This guy's last few words were full of resentment. No matter how she thought about it, it did not seem like he was here to do good. Could it be the Lantern of Daybreak? An enemy of emotions, full of hatred. This was the only thing that fit the criteria. Would this guy be reborn in the dark multiverse? Carefully sensing, she did not find First Lantern's soul after his death. Thea bade farewell to Guy Gardner and the others and returned to the underworld. She searched twice but did not find First Lantern's soul. Without a doubt, this guy was not dead. Whether he became the grandpa in the ring or was directly reborn in the dark multiverse was unknown. However, she would deal with whatever came her way. She was not afraid now, let alone in the future. Just as she was about to return to Earth, the two-faced man ran over and stopped her. Faced with Thea's behavior of leaving everything to others, the ambitious two-faced man was actually very happy. With power in his hands, everyone, regardless of whether they knew him or not, came before him to await his judgment. This place was 10,000 times better than Gotham. He was so happy that he did not want to go home. Not to mention having to queue up to give him dirty money, he would not even do a free resurrection. He was tired of living. Seeing countless people come before him every day like lambs waiting for his judgment, that kind of comfort could not be experienced in Gotham. Chapter 944. Your Majesty, don't go yet. To be honest, when he first found out that the superhero Thea was his boss, the two-faced man was worried for a long time. He could accept Wei Guangjing's actions before he was disfigured, but now he could not. He never thought that when he started working, he would realize, this was not the kind of environment that he had imagined. It all depended on what kind of people his colleagues were. Demons, death knights, evil gods, assassins, banshees. Compared to these people, the two-faced man was a rare good citizen. At most, he sold detergent in Gotham and collected protection fees. He had to be on tenterhooks every day to prevent Batman from suddenly jumping out of a corner. In terms of evil, he was not on the same level as his new colleagues. After working in the underworld for a while, he finally realized that this female superhero's view of good and evil was frighteningly weak. The new boss was definitely on the neutral side. It was just that he usually pretended to be kind and righteous. What's the matter? Thea frowned as she looked at the two-faced man. This guy knew his position very well. He was a good candidate to be the Secretary General. He was a gang leader in Gotham. At that time, he had combed his hair back and had an extraordinary aura. When he arrived in the underworld, he instantly changed to a 30-70 split. He did not bow and scrape like the lonely old man Sharon. However, his submissive attitude was very upright. At the same time, it did not make people look down on him. There are a few people who I don't know how to be punished. They have contributed a lot, but they have also made a lot of mistakes. Thea made a sound of surprise. She was a little curious that even the workaholic two-faced man could not make a judgment. To be honest, the underworld's punishment rules were very complicated. This was a side effect of the creation rules. All kinds of laws were not set by her, and it was not convenient for her to change them. And there were a lot of them. Books filled the entire library. They were densely packed with all kinds of rules. At first, the Missy pushed the door open out of curiosity. After that, she left in defeat. Anyway, she did not even take a look. Later on, she simply handed it over to the two-faced man, a law doctor, to study. Yes, that's right. This guy could become the Gotham District Attorney. He also had a doctorate title. She followed the two-faced man to the trial hall. When she saw a few people waiting for interrogation, the Missy was instantly happy. Little blue guardians. The four of them stood straight and looked straight, as if they were still on their own Eurasian main planet. However, they didn't have a body here, so they couldn't float in the air. Their short stature greatly reduced their imposing manner. Yo, the four of you, where did you come from? The eldest miss asked even though she already knew the answer. She smiled slyly. The four little blue men were much more well-behaved now. Their previous arrogance had all disappeared. The little blue man with the big head was the first to speak. Your Majesty Goddess, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Thea. Why are you always talking? Are they mute? Are you looking down on me, Helpless, they had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. One by one, they walked out and prepared to introduce themselves. Of course, Thea knew their names. They were all in Haruba's memories. She just wanted to take them down a notch. This was not Yura, this was hell. He waved his hand and said, I don't want to hear your names. Harvey, write them down. Write passerby 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the name column. That's it. She just needed to vent her anger by teasing the little blue man. There were still many things she needed to take care of in the outside world. She reached out to take the records of the underworld and began to read them one by one. Although the Guardians seemed to have done a lot of bad things, they had also done a lot of good things. In the 10 billion years before the rise of Earth's civilization, they had saved the universe countless times. If it were not for them, the universe would have exploded long ago. If the universe had exploded, Earth would not have survived. It could be said that they had done a lot of good things. They were more than qualified to be angels in heaven. However, they had also committed a lot of sins. Kalana had modified the settings of the mechanical hunter to kill all intelligent life in Sector 666. This could be blamed on Kalana. However, was this the only time the mechanical hunter had made a mistake? The records of the underworld said no. There had been more than one mistake. Was there no bloody massacre during the rise of the Green Lantern Corps? Were there no innocent sacrifices in the process? When the entire universe heard about the establishment of the Green Lantern Corps, they all rushed to spread the news. This was obviously impossible. Even Kerrigan and Lady Styx, who still occupied a few sectors, had a lot of say. They had used the tug-of-war to grind down many galactic overlords. Their status as the universe's police force had been earned through killing. Furthermore, the selection criteria for this Green Lantern Corps was completely up to Lantern Ring. One could be a Green Lantern just because one had courage. Was one necessarily a good person just because one had courage? In the end, the Third Corps had destroyed many planets. How many races had completely disappeared in the vast universe? It was impossible to calculate. The merits were not small, but the sins were also huge. This was the reason why the two-faced man could not make a judgment. All right, I'm a kind old man. I can't bear to see people suffer. Since we know each other, I won't punish you to hell. Didn't you brag about protecting the universe? I'll punish you to be reborn as ordinary people. You'll have to experience the difficulties of life. In the underworld, Thea had the highest authority. These words were equivalent to the final judgment. Neither the two-faced man nor Minos had the right to interfere. The two-faced man hurriedly wrote down the records according to the rules. Thea took the pen and quickly signed her name. This matter was considered effective. Off you go. The four little blue people were taken away by the staff to be reincarnated. She flipped to the last page and saw that these guys were killed by Atakitas. The few of them were knocked unconscious by the Bell of Destiny. Thea went to chase after the first lanterns. The unconscious guardians were tragically picked up by Atakitas who passed by. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. The Red Lantern leader did not hesitate to tear them apart. That was a real tear. They were still unconscious and naturally could not resist. Inexplicably, they became ghosts. When they regained their consciousness, they were already in the underworld. It could be said that they were completely confused ghosts. Are there only these four guys? She asked the two-faced man, just the four of them. Thea nodded. It seemed that Gantherside's life was spared. It was most likely that some hero who passed by saved them. The 8 First Lantern Guardians also seemed to be alive. Everything was normal in the underworld. She hurried back to the universe. As expected, around the Bell of Destiny, a few groups of First Lanterns were arguing with each other. John Stewart and the new Green Lantern, Simon Bartz, led more than 10 Green Lanterns to protect the 8 First Lantern Guardians. The long-bearded little blue man was unconscious when the First Lantern broke out of the prison. He was not affected by the Bell of Destiny. At this time, he had already woken up and was trying his best to save his companions. Opposite them was the Red Lantern Army. The muscular Atakitas was originally dressed in red. Now, his head and face were covered in blood. His murderous aura was almost tangible. Beside his feet were the extremely broken corpses of the 4 guardians. There was no human shape at all. It showed how much hatred he had for the little blue men. Chapter 945. Between green and red was the Holy Walker. He led Blue and Skinny to save the guardians, Ganda, and said, Atakitas, the hatred should end here. Thea was very busy and didn't want to talk nonsense with them. She glanced at the Red Lanterns and said coldly. The goddess of death's eyes were emotionless. Even Red Lantern, who was dizzy with hatred, couldn't help but take a step back. Atakitas turned and left without saying a word. Thea also sent Green and Blue away. She didn't care about the little blue men. She returned to this area first because she had to take back the Bell of Fate and return the projection she borrowed to Big Brother Fate. In fact, she wanted to borrow the book in Big Brother Fate's hand at first. Unfortunately, there was always a limit to the power of magic. The Book of Fate was a treasure above the rules. Magic couldn't simulate it at all. Anti-summoning was the first lesson of learning summoning. For many mages, it was a necessary skill. However, it was a little difficult to anti-summon a level 13 spell. It couldn't be like ordinary summoned creatures. With a soft bang, a green smoke rushed back to the original plane. Anti-summoning an object of this level required a very delicate spell and a lot of magic power. She didn't lack these qualities. After a lot of effort, she sent the bell back. As for the part of First Lantern's self that was cut off and the various emotions contained in it, she gave it to Big Brother Fate as a reward. That old guy liked to experience the wonders of different lives. Even if half of 100 billion lives were cut off, there were still 50 billion. It was enough for Big Brother Fate to ponder for a while. She cleaned up the traces of the battlefield. The emotional lines here were very messy and complicated. Countless emotions were piled up in this void. If someone passed by, the best result would be to become a lunatic. She wasn't good at dealing with these emotions. For First Lantern, it was a source of energy, but for her, it was a poison. She lived a simple life and did simple things. Too many emotions would affect her heart. She knew her own situation. She wasn't a strong-willed person. She put on White Lantern and used the power of life to calm down the emotions in this void and let everything return to normal. After cleaning up the battlefield, she found the Pusher Trio. They were so busy that smoke came out of their heads. She heard that Batman on Earth was also exhausted. With her help, they didn't speed up the process much, but they were still very happy that the crisis was over. Emotions can give people strength? The simple-minded Supergirl couldn't understand this at all. She frowned and thought for a long time. Thea stood at the side and chatted with Diana. Diana told her about the Silver Swan. To be honest, Thea had no impression of this nickname at all. She had never even heard of it. Mr. Joyeux suspects that Kane tampered with her spinal implant. That's why her temperament changed so drastically. If we subdue her, we should be able to restore her to her original state. Diana explained the matter to her formally. Thea was displeased. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry were jumping out at her? How dare these low-class fellows have designs on Diana? They really don't know how to spell the word death. However, she giggled and said that she didn't mind. Reality proved that Diana knew her very well. Her cunning guesses were spot on. The Valkyrie's beautiful eyes stared at her for a long time. You can't do anything behind my back. Thea was very guilty. That was what she thought. Death Knell was the most suitable person. What could a ballerina do? He killed her with 2 slashes. After that, the earthenware lady would dig a hole to bury her body without anyone knowing. Next, they would bribe the local police to make a missing person report. It was a one-stop service. Finally, there was the underworld waiting for the Silver Swan. Thea would tell her that death wasn't the end, but the beginning. However, now that Diana had made it clear, she wouldn't argue over a small character. She hurriedly changed the topic. Don't worry. By the way, Black Hand killed Hal Jordan and Sinisto. Where is he? Diana almost vomited blood when she changed the topic. If it weren't for Superman and Supergirl beside her, she would have pushed Death Knell down and bullied her. He should be locked up by green light again. She wasn't very sure. Thea didn't need her to be sure. Without the Black Death King, he was nothing. She didn't need to worry at all. She just needed to change the topic about the Silver Swan. With the help of Earth's think tank, the 4 of them restored a total of 15 planets to their original state. Casualties were inevitable in the process. However, as long as they weren't Earthlings, they didn't care much if they didn't die in front of them. After a while, they returned to Earth. It was already 2 hours later. Batman said a few words to them and got up to rest. Mental work was much more tiring than fighting monsters. Usually, he would only sleep for an hour. Today, he wanted to give himself a break and sleep for 2 hours. The rest of the Flash and Mr. Excellent were also exhausted. They said goodbye. Thea and Diana went back to their own villa in the suburbs of London. It was more than 10,000 square meters in total area. It was really strange. Diana wanted to live in Greece, but she worked in France every day. Instead, she chose to live in England. The two changed into their home clothes. Thea quickly pulled the curtains. Diana looked at her from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were probably saying, "Are you okay? You have to be careful in broad daylight." Not to mention that she had wronged Thea. The two understood each other's thoughts from their actions and looks. The young lady hurriedly said that she was innocent. She tapped Diana's forehead with her finger. "You have such complicated thoughts. Today, I have a trophy for you to see." Then, she took out the first light ring as if she was showing off a treasure. In the dim room, a colorful ring appeared in the palm of her hand. "This ring is also an origin. See if it suits you." With 3 divine positions, Diana was no longer the newbie she used to be. She had her own way of identifying things. Only those that suited her were the best. Otherwise, if she piled up divine positions randomly, it would affect her future development. She felt it with her heart. The Valkyrie frowned. "This thing is too messy. I can't see it." "Is that so?" Thea was a little depressed. It was obviously a very powerful equipment, but no one could use it. This made her very angry. Let's spend some time purifying it. She could only come up with a solution that was not really a solution. The most labor-saving method was still the white light. The white light's purification ability was the best in the universe. However, the emotions in the ring were different from those scattered on the battlefield. They had been entangled with each other for billions of years. It was extremely difficult to use the power of life to calm them down. "Use divine power," Diana said. Divine power could make the impossible possible. The disadvantage was that divine power recovered very slowly. Thea did not want to use it if she could avoid it. Fortunately, the divine power of death could be absorbed during slaughter. It was not too troublesome to replenish it. "I'll go first." A pure black cyclone flashed between Thea's fingers. It rushed into the ring like a dragon. Chapter 946. The divine power of death was full of momentum. There was nothing it could not kill, nothing it could not destroy. It symbolized the end of all things. However, it went in quickly and was also destroyed quickly. In less than 3 seconds, Thea felt that she had lost contact with the divine power. If nothing went wrong, she would be beaten to death by random punches. Many ants could kill an elephant, no matter how strong a single attack was. It would not be able to fight against many enemies. She once again increased the input of divine power, but it was still extinguished by a sea of emotions. "Let me try." Seeing her lover being defeated, Diana also became more cautious. One of her fingers flashed with green light, that was courage, and the other hand had little golden light dancing, that was perseverance. Perseverance gave her more and more tenacity. With perseverance, she could move forward with courage. Although Diana was not as strong as Thea now, she was worthy of her identity as the world's protagonist. After breaking through her own limitations, she was very stable. The several divine positions resonated with each other and cooperated very well. Unfortunately, she only lasted for less than 5 seconds before she completely lost contact with her. What to do? This question was placed in front of the 2 goddesses. Thea's method was to analyze the specific problem. Wasn't it just the remnants of emotions? She first went to the underworld and pulled back the 4 guardians who were waiting in line to be reborn. Thea asked them to take back the emotions in the ring. "Your Majesty Goddess, we don't have a body, we can't take back the emotions." There was a hint of cunning in the eyes of the big-headed guardian. His hidden meaning was that they could not do this without a body, but with a body, it would be different. "Could you let us be resurrected? If you have a body, are you sure you can take it back?" Thea looked at them coldly. "This?" The 4 guardians looked at each other. They were not sure. If they were not able to fulfill their promise, then it would be terrible. Their hesitation fell into Thea's eyes, causing the goddess of death to sigh. In the face of death, the arrogant and cold guardians began to talk nonsense. With a wave of her hand, she called the Secretary General, Two-Face, over. She pointed at the little blue men and said, "Penny, Burton, Bradley, and Hubert, these guys have contributed to the universe after all. For the sake of their past contributions, temporarily stop the reincarnation process and wait for my further news. Previously, you were filled with righteous indignation, as if it wasn't enough for a few little blue people to be reincarnated into pigs. Now that you think it's useful, you immediately feel that they can be saved. You're the one who's saying all the good and bad things. You're even more two-faced than I am." Thea pointed out to the two-faced man one by one again. She matched them to each other, telling them who they were and who they were. There was nothing he could do about it. The names he had registered before were too perfunctory. Names like Passerby 1, 2, 3, 4 were obviously not up to standard. The little blue men gained some value in the young Mrs. Hart. They finally got their names back and got rid of their status as passersby. After giving the little blue men a suspended sentence, Thea rushed to planet Odium. Ignoring the 4 dead guardians, there were still 2 living guardians here. She went straight to the point and asked Gansersade to take back the emotions in the ring. The process was not very pleasant. After all, she was simply and violently looking for the ring in Gansersade's soul. Gansersade was tormented by her and his defense was greatly reduced. Then, he was hit by the bell of fate. When Thea entered the room, Gansersade was lying on the bed. His breathing was so weak that it was almost inaudible, as if he was dead. Gansersade was furious when she saw the young miss, but she was already past the age of youth. When Thea asked her to take back the emotions, she repeatedly talked about how hard it was for her. She was alone and had to take care of her old boyfriend, Gansersade, and how difficult it was for her. Thinking that she seemed to be a little violent, the goddess of death checked Gansersade. Although he was seriously injured, Gansersade's strength was one of the best among the guardians. Using the divine power of the soul to move back and forth, he slowly woke up. After that, the 2 extracted their own emotions in the ring according to the agreement. Thea looked at the results and was both happy and worried. The good news was that she could extract the emotions, but the bad news was that there were nearly 50 personal emotions in the ring. In other words, there were 50 guardians who participated in the creation of the first ring. Hundreds of millions of years had passed. Some fled to Zamlin and established the Purple Lantern Corps. Most of them died in battle, like the 3 who were killed by Raven in the Dark Knight, and Scarface who committed suicide after the Dark Knight, plus the one who merged with the Parallax monster and was killed by them in Seaside City, and those who were sacrificed in the years before. There were 50 of them, but now she secretly imprisoned one. There were 2 in front of her, 8 guardians of the First Lantern Corps, and only 11 of them were left. The rest were basically dead. If Thea wanted to use this method to completely solve the emotional problem of the ring, the best way was to go back 10 billion years, like the First Lantern Corps, and persuade them to take back their emotions while they were still full. She hesitated for a moment, feeling that the risk was too high. The little blue man's strength was very interesting. At first, he was so strong that he had no friends. Kalana killed Gao Tianzuan and Star Swallowing in seconds. This was an example. After that, he became weaker and weaker. Today, he was reduced to the same level as Superman. Superman squinted his eyes and was speechless. Wearing the ring, the First Lantern Corps in its peak state must be very powerful. If they could seal such a powerful First Lantern, if Thea went back and fought 50 of them, her ending would not be much better than the First Lantern Corps. It was not worth the risk for a dispensable ring. Besides, it was not that there was no other way, it was just more troublesome. Everything would usher in death, and emotions were no exception. Dripping water could penetrate a stone. Divine power could not bear to use it, and it could slowly wear it down with the aura of death. There were plenty of people in the underworld that could be ordered around. After returning to the underworld, she set up a new purification room next to her own giant statue in the Death Temple. The reason she made it public was definitely not to get all people to provide death aura to help her purify the ring. Her explanation was to let the intelligent beings pay their respects here, look at the colorful ring, and remember their lost emotions. Those who were muddle-headed and unconscious could not provide much death aura. Although there were not many who still had their own consciousness in the underworld, the number was huge. After all, there were 52 parallel universes and even more small worlds. Every planet and every world had some outstanding people. This number could be said to be terrifying when accumulated. Countless elites received the order to pay their respects. Although they did not understand the purpose, seeing that they did not lose anything, they did it either for real or for fake reasons. Thea also gave out some benefits at the right time. For example, for those who were sincere, she provided them with some positions in the underworld for them to choose from. Those who were elites in their previous lives were willing to start a new life. Naturally, there were also those who were willing to keep their memories and continue to shine in the underworld. Many people felt that it was a good thing to be able to live forever in this state. For example, the 4 advisors by Thea's side now. Chapter 947. In the end, the 4 little blue men were not sent to reincarnate. Their knowledge was a huge treasure, and reincarnating them would be a waste. Thea read Haruba's life memories, which contained countless secrets of the universe, but this was not everything. The guardians were not tied together all the time. They each had their own tasks, and Haruba was only responsible for a part of it. In the end, Thea did not let them reincarnate. She used the title of a consultant to protect the 4 little blue men. It was not difficult to make a temporary body. If Circe could do it, it would not be difficult for her. After all, she could not leave the underworld. The 4 little blue men transformed into the first batch of temporary workers in the underworld. Their main job was to give suggestions. After all, Sia's grassroots team still had a lot of problems, and the insiders might automatically overlook some of the work, but these little blue men could look at the problem from an outsider's point of view and find fault with it. The little blue men had bodies, and could finally fly again. It was not a good feeling to walk on 2 feet and look up at everyone. They took back the emotions in the ring. In order to show their loyalty, they each took out a part of their memories. With their cooperation, Thea finally saw the complete forging process of the first lamp ring. The guardians were very strong in the beginning. They easily captured the source of emotions. Unfortunately, eternal life and infinite wisdom prevented them from walking the path of the new gods. Instead, they tried to decipher the mysteries. At this time, First Lamp came to them. He brought with him a technology from billions of years in the future. Everyone worked together to transform the source into a ring. Now, they needed to reverse the process. It was not easy without the help of the little blue men. I see your intentions, but resurrection is impossible. The underworld, or rather the world's will, has high requirements for the resurrection of the long-lived species. You obviously do not meet the requirements. Sia was not lying. The long-lived species were basically the life forms at the beginning of the universe. Now that time had passed, the universe no longer needed them. It needed passion and constant change. In just a few decades, they would be able to bloom with endless brilliance. Only this could help the universe evolve to a higher level. Immortals that were like stagnant water were now like malignant tumors. Lady Styx, Attikitas, and these guys in front of him could tell that without Thea's help, Lady Styx would not be able to level up in another 100 million years. These little blue people were dropping levels every day. The universe's will did not hide its rejection of them. The leader of the blue men, Big Head Hobbart, still spoke on behalf of the group. This was a habit that they would not be able to change anytime soon. Your Majesty, we are very comfortable here. We don't want to be resurrected. Thea nodded. She was too lazy to think about whether they were sincere or not, as long as they could be of use to her. The matter of purifying the rings was left to them. Thea made another trip to the Blue Lantern main planet. Kyle Rayner was still training in seclusion. She gave him a few simple pointers and turned back to Earth. The matter of the Third Army was not a big deal. It was not a big deal to Earth, but it was not a small matter either. Just look at the planets that were ravaged by the Third Army. Without Superman and Diana's combat power to kill in the early stages, once the Third Army overflowed, it would be a disaster. Now that the battle was over, the Righteous Alliance was ready to have a meeting to discuss what to do in the future. It was worth mentioning that because Kyle was left on the Blue Lantern main planet, the Green Lantern representative on Earth had changed again. Simon Baz, the Arabian Green Lantern, was sitting nervously in the Green Lantern's exclusive seat. In addition, Thea's unspeakable relative, Black Canary Laurel Lance, had also officially joined the Righteous Alliance. Laurel was a late bloomer. No one knew what stimulated her, but her strength improved by leaps and bounds. Her sonic attack and her own hard work finally made her into the ranks of the first-line heroes. She stepped into the Righteous Alliance's door one step ahead of Batgirl Barbara. First of all, they welcomed the two new companions. Secondly, Superman directly asked everyone what safety measures should be set up on Earth in the future. In the past, this question was raised by Batman. It was rare today. Superman saw more than 10 planets suffer disasters. He could not help it. He had to do something. Many people on Earth did not realize what had happened, but he knew. He saw it with his own eyes. The Third Army assimilated intelligent life. The first lanterns threw the entire planet around like sandbags. Countless lives were wailing and wandering between life and death. If all of this fell on Earth, on the heads of his relatives, what should he do? Seeing these tragic scenes with his own eyes, Superman could not sleep all night. At the beginning of the meeting, he threw out this question, hoping that someone could help him solve his doubts. Will there be similar disasters in the universe? According to some convention, the Green Lantern was in charge of all problems in the universe. Several people looked at Simon Baz in unison. The Arabian Green Lantern was dumbfounded. You're asking me about everything? Just a day ago, I was chased by many agents on the road for stealing a car. Now you're asking me about disasters in the universe? How could I know? The Missy coughed twice, indicating that she had something to say. Superman, your definition is too broad. The disasters we are facing now are actually caused by certain individuals. It is not an earthquake or a hurricane. It is difficult to make a reasonable and accurate prediction. But Madame Xanadu can make a prediction. Am I right? You should be able to do it too, right? Batman resisted mentioning Old Ma's name. Prophecies require a price. Time is a long river. The prophet is like a fish in the river. It jumps up with all its might and sees the road ahead. However, the price is that it loses its original position and is covered in injuries. Thea avoided talking about herself. Madame Xanadu was now a relative she could not mention. After becoming the Lord of Hell, there was no need for Old Ma to appear. Thea spent time helping her sort out the burden on the timeline. Now, Madame Xanadu had finally recovered 40 to 50% of her strength. She did not explicitly refuse, but what she meant was that she did not advocate sacrificing someone to save Earth. Superheroes could basically reach a consensus on this point. Sacrificing the innocent in exchange for justice was not justice. Then do you mean that we can only passively defend? Superman asked. Thea thought for a moment. She asked in return, if a person did not make a mistake, would you arrest him for something in the future? No, at least I won't. The Flash immediately spoke, but then he reiterated that this was only his opinion. We won't either. Batman also nodded, but Thea could tell from his eyes that he wanted to collect all kinds of information about the other party first and carefully write down a notebook of information. Once the other party committed a crime, they would be arrested immediately. All right then, we've reached a consensus on this point. I'll just tell you what I've seen and heard for your reference. There's a group of people, and they're very evil. Sia was interrupted before she could finish. Chapter 948. Is it Darkseid? Batman still remembered the invincible power of the evil lord. Is it an alien? Superman was worried about his relatives. Neither. Do you know about parallel universes? Everyone nodded. The Flash and the others teamed up with Dr. Wells on Earth 2 every day, so they naturally knew about parallel universes. Batman had also seen Thomas Wayne on Earth 2 from afar, so he was no stranger to this concept. There is such a parallel universe. Although the code names are different, the Superman, Batman, Speedster, Green Lantern, and Neptune are all evil. Of course, I'm even more evil there. The Kryptonians there use kryptonite as their energy source, and they commit all kinds of crimes. At night, Gotham is also ruled by a man in black. The speedy ones kill the innocent for fun, and the rest are their accomplices. Currently, this dimension does not intend to invade us, but I would like to ask all of you, what do you plan to do after knowing this? A dimension full of bad guys. Thea told them about Earth 3, and Guangdong's investigation showed that the evil Thea came from there too. As for whether she was still there, Guangdong could not be sure. A huge barrier covered Earth 3, and the new gods could not enter at all. A few of his subordinates suppressed to the level of ordinary people and entered the barrier, but they were limited by their abilities and could not get any high-level information. Thea thought about it several times. Whether the evil version of herself was controlling Tian Shou or being controlled by Tian Shou, they would have to fight. The Anti-Watcher was also recovering there. If he had absorbed the energy of the entire universe of Earth 3, it would be difficult to deal with him. Thea wanted to organize an expedition to Earth 3. She had even thought of the code name, Eternal Justice. She was working on her plan, and the people of the Alliance were also digesting the information she told them. They did not provoke us, and we're going to fight them? Was this the act of a hero? Everyone was thinking. It was normal for heroes to be schemed against by their enemies in the dark. Then, they would suddenly attack and lose their armor. They were not masochists. Who would like to live their lives in fear? But the enemy had not done anything yet. If they went to fight them, it would go against their principles. Do you have any further evidence? Or images of that world? Batman asked. Wait here, I'll look for it. After saying that, Thea closed her eyes and scanned the entire Earth with her psychic power. All kinds of shielding devices and black technology were useless in the face of death. She quickly found the target. Spatial displacement was too easy for her. As long as the target stood in front of people, everything would be revealed. However, there was still a small problem in the Alliance that needed to be solved. She whispered a few words to Diana, and they quickly reached a consensus that this matter could be done. Thea gave Batman a strange look. The other party has already begun to plot against us. They sent 2 people to act as the vanguard. You can't catch them? Superman asked tentatively. The eldest miss chuckled. If this person walks into the Hall of Justice, because his appearance is too obvious, then the true identity of one of us here will be officially exposed. Although she didn't say it directly, everyone knew that she was referring to Batman. The scene fell into silence for a while. We are the Justice League. Even if we can't share each other's past, we should accept each other's true identity. I'm Clark Kent. Superman was the first to speak. Thea Quinn. Diana Prince. The Flash took off his hood. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Barry Allen. The Green Arrow also took off his hood and said in a low voice, Oliver Quinn. Arthur Curry. Ray Palmer. Satana Zatara. The 2 newcomers didn't know what was going on, but they still took off their masks. Laurel Lance. Simon Bartz. Nightwing hesitated for a long time. He was in the same boat as Batman, but when he thought of leaving those wings in order to find his own path, he made up his mind and took off his mask. I'm Dick Grayson. For a moment, all the pressure fell on Batman. He was a little tired, but also a little relaxed. Nightwing had been exposed, so there was no point in hiding. He finally took off his mask. Bruce Wayne. He hadn't seen the sun for a long time, so his face was a little pale. There was enough light in the Hall of Justice. Looking directly at the broken light through the glass, Batman felt a little awkward. In fact, many people knew his true identity. Now, He was just taking off his mask. He quickly adjusted his state of mind. He was very unhappy with Thea forcing him to state his position. He rubbed his forehead. Can you tell me now? Who are the people sent by the evil plane? Thea didn't directly teleport. She looked from afar again. They've gathered a few villains from Earth. Should I directly teleport a leader or pull all of them over? If all of them are pulled over, we have to prepare for battle. Was there a need to say that? Good and evil couldn't coexist. With so many heroes suddenly attacking a bunch of villains, was there anything more satisfying than this? Even the Flash wanted to fight, right now. The young mistress clicked her tongue and expressed her appreciation for the heroes' enthusiasm for battle. She motioned for them to put on their masks. With a light tap of her finger, under Zatanna's respectful gaze, she quickly drew countless complicated lines in the air. Prepare to welcome our visitor from afar, Mr. Alfred Penisworth from Earth 3. Hearing her say this, even though Batman had some guesses, he was still very surprised. He thought that it might be the counterpart of someone around him on Earth 3, but he really didn't expect it to be the old butler, Fu. If the other old butler stood in front of everyone as a bad guy, Bruce Wayne's disguise would indeed be lost. After the Azure teleportation array activated and the light disappeared, the four strangers panicked and found that they were surrounded by people from the Righteous Alliance. Batman immediately saw the old man standing in the middle. He looked exactly the same as the old butler, but his temperament was completely different. The old man's face was pale and he was wearing a purple suit. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Thea seemed to know what he was thinking and gave him the answer. This Mr. Penisworth killed the clown on their side. Yes, the clown who fought against Batman's tyranny for freedom and democracy. A sense of confusion filled Batman's heart. The other party's evil aura lingered. Just based on his intuition, he felt that the other party was not here to discuss friendly relations and establish a harmonious parallel space. There was nothing to say. Let's fight. The heroes were sharpening their swords and were already prepared. A few villains wouldn't do. It was impossible to make the villains fight to the death without retreating. Even though the evil old butler asked them to charge together, they agreed verbally, but in reality, each of them had their own plans. Giantess, you open the way. Copperhead, you cover. Shadow Stealer, bring up the rear. The evil old butler quickly issued the order. Even though he was in a hopeless situation, he still didn't give up and was still trying to find a chance of survival. Chapter 949. The appearance of the woman called Giganteus could be said to be exaggerated. She had a head full of long, fluffy hair, and bulging muscles. She wore a leather vest, and her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. One could not see the gentleness and charm of a woman at all. She looked like a bandit who had taken over a mountain and declared herself king. It was impossible to tell that she was a woman without looking closely. She took a deep breath, and her body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Soon, she broke through the human limit and moved toward a height of 5 meters, then 10 meters. Tisk, boring trick. The young lady sneered from a distance. If she was allowed to grow, her hall would be destroyed, and it would cost money to repair it. Considering the issue of justice, it was not convenient to use death magic, but casting a few transformation spells was not difficult for her. Thea was not as proficient in transformation as Cersei, but she was definitely good at it. Let's go. Whether it was a technological mutation or a bloodline mutation, with a shrinking spell, the opponent's body returned to the size of a normal person. Laurel, who had just joined the team and was eager to make a contribution, rushed forward with a whip kick. I've collected information about these 3 guys. The woman is a giant morphing woman who mutated due to a blood disease. Copperhead is good at military combat and jujitsu. There's not much information about the other Shadow Stealer. He should be a psychic. Batman didn't join the battle, but talked about them from the periphery. Thea interjected halfway, I teleported 5 people here, and there's one more. Atom Man, you search for him. Knowing that he had a part to play in the battle, Atom Man quickly shrank and searched for the enemy hiding in the dark. The battle ended quickly, but it couldn't be slow. After all, it was 12 top heroes against 4. Even if Thea and Diana didn't make a move, the villains were beaten to a pulp. Black Canary defeated the giant morphing woman, and Green Arrow also captured Copperhead. The Shadow Stealer was a little more troublesome. He could hide in the enemy's shadow, which was a combination of offense and defense. Zatanna saw the opportunity and released a flash to remove the shadows in the room. Then the flash stunned the enemy with a speed far beyond the enemy's reflexes. The evil old butler didn't have any superpowers. He only carried a pistol with him and was easily taken down by Nightwing. The Atom Man's battle did not go well. The enemy was very cunning and hid several times. In this microscopic world, outsiders could not help much. In the end, it was Superman who found the enemy with his supervision and captured the enemy with the help of the Atom Man. It wasn't hard to tell if a local criminal was an outsider or not. What Batman knew definitely belonged to the locals, and vice versa. That was how authoritative Batman was. Copperhead Snake, Gigantified Woman, and Shadow Stealer were all people who betrayed their own plane's information and acted as accomplices for the sake of benefits. Their actions were greatly despised by the heroes. Thea was in charge of contacting them, and all of them were imprisoned in the Heaven's Eye Society. Let Black Amanda have her way with them. After the accomplices were sent away, the 2 main culprits became the key points. Ray Palmer untied the belt of the original child. It was her shrinking equipment. Without the belt, the original child finally returned to her normal size. She had long brown hair and a pretty face. However, at this time, her eyes were closed and she did not say a word. She seemed to be ready to fight to the death, but the slight trembling of the corners of her mouth showed that she was not calm inside. The evil version of the butler was much calmer. He looked around the Hall of Justice and compared the appearance of the heroes with the images in his memory. Although he had been on Earth for a while, it was the first time he saw the superheroes of this world face to face. A strange sense of confusion lingered in his heart. The completely opposite world made him want to laugh. However, his heart was as hard as stone. He quickly put away his messy thoughts and said to the original child in a cold voice, "Calm down. They are heroes with high moral standards. Our lives are completely guaranteed." After that, he showed a provocative smile, which roughly meant that they could kill him if they could. The people of the Righteous Alliance had a tacit understanding. They gave Batman space. "I can see the struggle in your heart. You have the ability to break the shackles. Why don't you do it?" The evil old butler's voice was somewhat bewitching. He looked at Batman curiously. The people of the Righteous Alliance did not react. If they could be bewitched by a few words, Batman would not be Batman. Thea was even more relieved. Among all the people and gods she had met, Batman's willpower was the best. It did not mean that the stronger the power, the stronger the willpower. It seemed to be inversely proportional. She was a good example. Ghosts, strangers, they all had low willpower. The longer you lived, the lower your willpower. It seemed to be an iron law of this world. Batman looked at the evil old butler curiously. "You don't know me." "Not at all. The one in that evil world should not be me. I thought it was the other me who had fallen. Now it seems that's not the case." He turned to ask Thea. Thea spread her hands indifferently. "That world is sealed by a higher power. I can't enter it anymore. Maybe there was an error in the transmission of the information. If you want to know more, magic can help you pry open his mouth." Batman thought about it carefully. "No, let me interrogate him alone." Then he pulled the evil old butler to the next room. The rest of the people could not help but look at the original children, but no one proposed to torture them. Women did not know much and participated in the core information. This was the common view nowadays. How many men were there in the heroes and how many women were there? How many men were there in the villains and how many women were there? How many men were there in the big bosses? Were there any women other than Thea? Women were looked down upon in this world, or rather protected. They were basically there as assistants. Except for the Atom Man, who was studying the original children's belts, the rest of the people were either resting or chatting with each other. For example, Olivier and Laurel, who had been lovers in the past, had all kinds of disputes. Now that they were in the same room, Sia felt that the relationship between the two of them was awkward. However, the two of them were chatting and laughing, and their conversation was quite good. Superman and the Flash also talked about the evil Kryptonians and the evil Ultralisks. Batman soon came out. He did not look too good. He took the original children away and interrogated them separately. When he returned to the hall, he took off his mask, put his hands on the table, and organized his words. Bruce Wayne in that world was shot when he was young. Now the person who rules Gotham is a guy called Night Owl, a member of the Wayne family that does not exist in this world. He is my brother, Thomas Wayne Jr. Night Owl's assistant is also Nightwing, the evil gang member Richard Grayson. In addition, a Kryptonian also landed there. His code name is Super Overlord, which should correspond to Superman, the Flash's Johnny Quick, the Green Lantern's Divine Ring, Diana's Super Queen, Neptune's Ocean Overlord, and Firestorm's Deathstorm. Chapter 950. Batman told her what he had learned. There seems to be another Luthor in that world, but he's not like them. He's even more evil and can use magic. Thea did not say anything. She felt that evil Luthor's magic was taught by evil Thea. As the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor, magic was really just a minor skill. Everyone, the enemy has bared their fangs at us. If we don't strike first, doomsday will be waiting for us. Also, if the battlefield is on that earth, we have less to worry about. Seeing that no one said anything, Thea had no choice but to take the lead. Starting a war would definitely affect her reputation, but she did not care about that. The enemy was already coming for them. They were not so pedantic and agreed to fight. However, none of them had any experience in fighting across dimensions, so they could only look at Thea. Like I said, the new gods in that dimension have another name, but let's call it Earth 3. She confirmed the target first. It's sealed by a powerful barrier. I can't get in. Diana, Superman, the Flash, and all the other superpowered heroes can't get in. The evil superpowered villains can't get out without special means. That's why they sent Butler Pennyworth as the vanguard. Batman nodded, indicating that he was aware of this information. However, his mind was sharp, and he quickly realized a problem. Who sealed it? We call him the Anti-Watcher. Actually, you should have seen him before. He was the one who was resurrected from the Black Lantern's power source on the darkest night, Thea answered. Batman immediately asked, is he more powerful than Darkseid? Thea took a long time to think about this question. Batman's question was too amateur, so she had to answer it in a more general way. Strictly speaking, the Anti-Watcher is far more powerful than Darkseid. Batman's eyes widened. Thea took another turn. The Anti-Supervisor is different from us new gods. We have a ceiling, and once we reach a certain level, we can't go any further. It's the same for me and Darkseid, but the Anti-Supervisor is different. He has no ceiling. Batman's posture was a little messy. How was he supposed to fight like this? However, he was very patient. He hugged his elbows and continued to listen. Thea frowned. That's like asking me whether an atomic bomb or an atomic bomb can kill. Darkseid and anti-surveillance are completely different. Darkseid is a conqueror. He wants all life to submit to him. How evil. The Flash whispered. The Anti-Watcher wants to destroy the universe. The more he destroys, the stronger he becomes. This one is even more evil. The Flash exclaimed again. Thea glared at him, and the guy finally shut up. You mean to say that this counter-supervisor is currently very weak? You want to kill him when he's weak? Am I right? Batman thought that he knew her very well. She must have her own reasons for putting so much effort into this. Thea denied. The Anti-Supervisor is not a threat to me. I can say that he's not much of a threat. If I just sit back and do nothing, we have no conflict of interest. Destroying the multiverse is a mission engraved in his soul. He's like a program, tirelessly destroying one universe after another. Every time he destroys a universe, he absorbs all the power of that universe. That's the source of his power. When all the universes are destroyed, he will enter a new form. Maybe it's a reboot, or something else. Anyway, I haven't seen it before. When he destroys the universe, I can hide outside the universe. I have this ability. I can take my family, friends, and everyone with me. But are you willing to do that? Are you going to sit back and watch the universe be destroyed while you run away? No one was willing to run away in the face of danger. Compared to his evil counterparts, the anti-supervisor was more of a threat. The heroes were full of sacrifice and had high moral values. Thea, who had broken moral values, was also the advocate. In the end, all of them approved the plan to invade Earth 3. Since the anti-supervisor only had a sliver of HP left, now was the best time to kill him. Even Batman thought that they could fight. But this was not a street fight. One Earth was going to attack another Earth, and countless preparations needed to be done. First, they needed to get first-hand information. Interrogation alone was definitely not enough. The main alliance needed someone to be the front line. Even the superhumans could not get through, and half of them would be eliminated. This mission. Batman was about to volunteer when he was interrupted by Nightwing. "Bruce, Gotham still needs you. Let me go." As a heroine, Laurel was unwilling to pass on her responsibility. Green Arrow also volunteered to help. Even the Atom Man said that since the original children could come, it was only natural for him to go. He was very suitable for gathering information in his atomic form. The 5 superheroes talked about each other's strengths and weaknesses. They all wanted to take on this dangerous mission. They first eliminated Batman for the same reason. He was a tall tree that attracted too much attention, and it was good for him to be a behind-the-scenes commander. He could forget about charging into battle. After all, he was old and had not fully recovered from his injuries from the battle with Darkseid. Green Arrow was the second to be eliminated. She was already considered an enhanced person. Thea felt that she would not be able to get through. Besides, Star City could not do without her. The focus finally fell on Black Canary, Nightwing, and the Atom Man. Seeing that they were arguing passionately, Thea held her coffee cup and watched the show. She did not have the heart to interrupt. It was not until Diana poked her under the ribs that she spoke. "There's a small problem." Diana glared at her. Thea quickly changed her words. I haven't figured out how to get to Earth 3. Nightwing had the upper hand. As Batman's successor, he had an overwhelming advantage whether it was combat, reconnaissance, interrogation, or infiltration. If all 3 went, he would be the leader. If there was only one spot, it would be his. He did not expect Missy to come to a sudden halt. After arguing for so long, it turned out that there was still a problem. Was this a problem? "You guys have been trying for so long. Can't you find a way?" Sia smiled at Nightwing, who had an ugly expression on his face as he forced himself to swallow a mouthful of blood. She felt helpless as well. The mother box had already been sealed off on Earth 3. Even all interdimensional teleportation methods had been sealed off. Even her Anka amulet could not. The official Sister of Death could certainly ignore it, but she, as a reserve, could not. Then how did the 2 of them get here? One-way teleportation? Batman still had a lot of questions, but he did ask the main point. How did they invade us? They must have some means to get here, right? What about after conquering us? Will they go back? Batman turned into a million whys and threw a bunch of questions at Thea. Chapter 951. Thea could only answer them one by one. First of all, the 2 of them should have come here before the blockade. The Anti-Watcher was seriously injured at that time. He was in the interdimensional blockade. In terms of time, it was only a moment, but in that plane, the abnormal weather may last for several days. So, there will be a gap in his blockade. At that time, ordinary people can come here. In order to send our companions over, we have to break the blockade without alerting them. So, I'm stuck at this step. As for how they came here, I don't think it's important. After all, we're going to fight our way over. Why should we care what they do? Batman looked at her for a long time with a stern face. I think you'd better tell us. The hidden danger needs to be eliminated in time. You were the one who shouted that there should be no secrets in the couplet and forced me to reveal my identity. I remember it very clearly. Tell me your secret out loud. Superman thought that they should take precautions in advance. At the same time, Diana thought for a while and felt that they should make it clear. The Valkyrie meant that one person's wisdom was shorter than others. Perhaps there were details that she did not consider. Everyone should think of a solution together. Thea scratched her head. It's very troublesome. It will take a lot of time. I need to find 2 people. Batman said, go ahead. I have a lot of time now. The young lady teleported away and returned to the Hall of Justice in less than half an hour. There was a man and a woman beside her. She first introduced the blonde man beside her. Well, many of you may know this gentleman. He is the deputy commander of the Sky's Eye Society, Mr. Steve Trevor. The item we will discuss later is currently in the hands of the Sky's Eye Society. Then she pointed to the woman on the other side. Barry has seen this lady before. She is Ms. Pandora. She has lived alone on Earth for thousands of years. She is a living legend. After that, she signaled Steve to open the box he carried with him. Superheroes had a good reputation. Steve was not worried about the safety here. He opened the metal box he carried with him. Wearing heavy gloves, he took out a dazzling golden skull. Damn it, you didn't tell me. This is what he brought with him. Pandora, who was still a little nervous, quickly pulled out 2 guns. It seemed that she was ready to fight another non-existent enemy. Thea comforted her and told her that it was safe here. There were no 7 deadly sins or the old wizard. Those were all her obsessions. Steve was also shocked by her. He thought that the woman was going to rob him. He stood in front of the golden skull, but his body did not touch it directly. Everyone in the Righteous Alliance was on their guard. However, they were different from the brats of the young Titans. They had long since passed the age of rashness. All of them were staring at Pandora. This story is a bit long, so I'll keep it short. She pointed at the golden skull, ignoring Batman's probing gaze. Thousands of years ago, this thing fell onto Earth. According to my analysis, its function is to act as a coordinate. There should be something similar on Earth 3. They worked together to open a channel. What did you say? Before anyone from the Righteous Alliance could react, Pandora exploded. She pointed at the golden skeleton in disbelief. This thing is a coordinate? Pandora's mental state was much stronger than it was at the same time in the original spacetime. At least, she was no longer entangled in the guilt of releasing the 7 deadly sins. However, she still could not accept that the culprit who caused her thousands of years of suffering was actually a coordinate. Thea also felt that it was ridiculous, but it was the truth. Those guys on Earth 3 were also stupid. Couldn't they have been more low-key when it came to teleporting coordinates? Couldn't they have disguised it as a stone and thrown it over? If they were afraid that the evil old butler could not find it, they could have made a locator or something. If they could teleport across dimensions, how could they not be able to locate it? In the end, these guys made a very flashy and evil golden skull shape. Later on, perhaps because they were too eager and used too much force, they threw it to this side of Earth thousands of years ago. It was seen by the old muddle-headed Shah-Zan, causing Pandora to be the scapegoat of the world. Now, Pandora was sullen in her heart. When she understood the truth of the matter, she was about to vomit. However, serious illness required serious medicine. She still had to make it clear. This thing is just a coordinate. It has no other purpose. I can guarantee that everything that the wizard Shazan said was his subjective imagination. After saying that, she reached out to grab the golden skull. Steve shouted, "Be careful, it will bewitch your mind." Thea acted as if she did not hear him. She grabbed the skull in her hand. It was light and only weighed a few kilograms. The golden skull was one size bigger than a normal human skull, and there seemed to be a very evil red light in its eye sockets. It looked completely evil. No wonder the old Shazan thought that there was something wrong with it. Not only him, but since ancient times, this skull had fallen into the hands of many people. Many of the archmages, especially the evil archmages, had studied it. They all felt that there was a secret in it, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. Such a piece of technological equipment had been studied by a group of evil archmages. Naturally, it was contaminated with a lot of magic. After a long time, it had a bewitching effect on ordinary people. Thea wiped away the magic residue on it. This thing is modeled after the mother box. The specific effects are a little different, but the difference is not big. It is definitely a piece of technological equipment. Batman knew that he could try it. Without saying anything, he picked it up and studied it. After a long time, he said thoughtfully, "The technology here is very advanced. It will be difficult for me to crack it in a short time." Thea clapped her hands. She would leave it to him. It was a little difficult to enter without being noticed by the anti-surveillance team with magic and divine power. Technological equipment should be a good way. Steve saw that the people of the Alliance were looking at the golden skull like beating drums and passing flowers. His face was strange. "Miss Quinn, this thing, Commander Trevor, I will explain to the President. This is just the beginning. We still need to cooperate with several parties in the future." When the President was mentioned, the patriotic old young man Steve was defeated. Pandora knew that they were going to attack Earth 3. Filled with righteous indignation, she said that she would also join the battle and seek justice from the culprits who had harmed her life. Several technological heroes and Batman worked together to study anti-teleportation. Before Thea left, she called Batman again. "Tell Alfred to get ready. I think the Pentagon will most likely send him a message. You want the army to go too? How fresh. We can't just go with the 12 of us, right? There is also a government in that world. Without the cooperation of the military, we can't fight so many enemies. Not only the army, but all the heroes' forces, the International Justice League, the Alliance of Women, the Dark Alliance that Madame Xanadu is forming, the Young Titans, and even the Suicide Squad and the Rogue Gang. I am going to pull them all." Chapter 952. In fact, the number of people participating in the war is not as many as you think. We can't send all of them. After all, the Earth here still needs to be protected. I can't go to war easily. Diana's power has exceeded the limit of the planet's battle. We don't know if the environment there is suitable for the Kryptonians. The 3 powerful Kryptonians on our side won't go there immediately. The Martian hunter is now focused on the Earth. He won't join the Alliance. He won't go if the enemy doesn't come. You see. Thea explained to him while counting her fingers. In addition, the Green Lantern has no emotional supplement in that universe. There is no energy battery charging there. The 7 Lantern Corps is our important ally, but without emotional motivation, they are not as good as an American soldier. Batman's face fell. 4 of the 7 veterans could not go to war. The Flash was the only one who could fight. You mean to let ordinary superheroes take the lead? No, I'll think about the 7 Lantern Corps later. They have to participate in the war. The environment of the Earth there is not easy to judge. Now it's just a preliminary plan. Everything has to wait for the results of the investigation before it can be confirmed. This is a war, not a fight against street crime. She was not telling the truth. At her current level, she had a vague idea of many things. Besides, she had worn a white lantern before. Many seemingly mysterious matters had their own explanations. Every universe actually had its own operating laws. For example, the current universe was righteous. It had to be righteous. No matter how evil jumped around, it would definitely be defeated in the end. This was the rule of the universe. The 3 laws of the Earth were evil. No matter how hard the righteous tried, they would fail. If there was a large-scale invasion, Thea would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the will of the world there. This was the main reason why she could not participate in the war in time. However, there was no need to say such things that would affect the world. Leaving Batman to ponder, she returned to the White House. The work of persuading her mother was unusually smooth. To be honest, when Moira first took over the presidency, she was a little desperate. It was similar to showing the true colors of a hero when the sea was turbulent. However, after the novelty, what was left was countless troubles and all kinds of emergencies. As the president, she was tired of dealing with them. Now that she heard that they were going to fight the enemy outside the country, she fully supported it. Superheroes had to wait for a while to consider moral factors, reputation, and a lot of other issues. As a politician, she did not have these burdens, especially when the enemy had sent an advance team. What else could she say? Fight, fight now, fight now. After communicating with a few important members of Congress, the results were very gratifying. As politicians, they were also under a lot of pressure. They were tortured by all kinds of aliens and bad guys every few days. What could they say now? Could he fight his way out? Support, of course they had to support. The voters did not care about justice. Of course, justice was the best. They only needed to know that they were on the stronger side. The Congress was very easy to convince. As expected, the military encountered some doubts. They did not need to be responsible for the voters, but if there were too many casualties, they might be assassinated by the families of the deceased. This was the bad thing about the proliferation of guns. Doctors and teachers now had to carry guns for work. There was too much social pressure. The generals were very hesitant. At this time, the real and fake Alfred came in handy. They had to make them realize that if they didn't shoot first, the other party would come for them. 3 days later, Thea welcomed Bruce Wayne and the old butler, Fu, in front of the Pentagon. Only then did Thea realize that the old butler was not a retired British paratrooper. He was a British secret agent. It belonged to the MI6 and specialized in dealing with external matters. The famous 007 was theoretically the old man's colleague. Thea really wanted to ask if the old man's code name was 006 or 008. Fu came to the United States alone after World War II, under the background of the Great Depression, and lurked in the Wayne family for 40 years. The Wayne family now had few members. Before, they were the most famous of the famous families. Half of the properties in Gotham City were under their name. They were the way banching from head to toe. Sending an elite secret agent like the old butler to do undercover work meant that the British had prepared a big game of chess. Unfortunately, the empire on which the sun never set was a thing of the past. The old butler was not used. After that, because of his connection with the young Bruce, the two of them were like father and son until today. My identity won't cause any misunderstandings, right? Before entering the door, the old butler asked in a low voice. Thea assured the old man that there would be no problem. The relationship between the two countries had changed long ago. You can retire in the Wayne family. The old butler, Fu, was overthinking. The generals did not care at all whether he was a British secret agent or not. Of course, it was also because he was too old. Such an old man, and with Thea and Bruce's face, they could not search him and force him to answer. The military was more pressured than the White House and Congress. If they could not protect the citizens, what was the point of having them? However, in the face of all kinds of sudden disasters, it was useless no matter who was the leader. Louise's father, General Ryan, had been the Minister of Defense for 4 years and was about to have a nervous breakdown. Of course, they liked to fight the enemy, not be beaten by the enemy. Catching the enemy off guard, running into the enemy's house to kill and burn, was there anything happier in life? However, they could not just listen to rumors. They had to weigh the pros and cons, and confirm the authenticity of the information. The evil version of the old butler had been handed over to the Pentagon, and the military had their own methods of interrogation. Now that they saw the kind version of the old butler, the generals could not help but be amazed. It was not that they did not know about the parallel universe, but they had always felt that it was very far away. Now, they finally saw a living person, a bad person who came from the parallel universe and was ready to invade Earth, and a good person who had always been obedient. The two Alfreds had completely different personalities and temperaments, but they were both very capable. There was no doubt about that. After all, they were the top agents of their time, so Alfred could not be too bad. The generals had a rough idea. If the enemy wanted to invade Earth, then they had to fight. It was better to fight early than late. However, they were just support, and the decisive power was still on the side of the heroes. The reconnaissance of the advance troops was very important. Batman continued to study the reverse channel. It was not difficult to open it, but the difficult part was to open it without attracting the enemy's attention. Nightwing's job was to hide and investigate, not to invade. Batman's progress was not that great. Later on, after a discussion with the elders, they added Luthor to the team. His intelligence was not to be underestimated. When he heard that they were going to invade another Earth, Baldy Luthor was very interested and came to help with the rations. Superman emphasized that this was not an invasion, but a battle to defend their home against evil. Luthor scoffed, but he did not argue with the Righteous Alliance. They could call it whatever they wanted. With the addition of Luthor, Batman and Mr. Excellent, the three most intelligent scientists on Earth, worked together to decipher the Golden Skull at a much faster speed. Chapter 953. The anti-decryption work was carried out simultaneously with the mobilization of the military. Thea went to the universe alone to find help. Her sharp bugs could not be sent out to fight alongside the Earthlings. The bugs did not look righteous. Her goal was still the 7 Lantern Corps that Batman mentioned. Black and White Lantern Corps were actually their troubles. She had helped them a lot, and they had to contribute to the dimensional war. However, the Lantern Corps could not use the Lantern Ring in the parallel universe. After a few discussions, the 4 advisors of the underworld helped her solve this problem. The Lantern Ring was filled with countless emotions. It could replace the main energy source and provide energy remotely. It could purify the ring and provide ammunition support. Thea felt that this was a good idea. The 7 Lantern Corps had enough mid-range and low-range combat power, but they were completely lacking in high-end combat power. It would be difficult for her to deal with the anti-supervisor and the evil Sia by herself, so she had to find a helper. After searching the multiverse for 2 days, she found the spirit. She went straight to the point and asked to destroy the eclipse. The spirit looked at her for a long time before saying, "Okay." Thea almost fell. "Okay. I'm here to ask you to be my fighter. Why are you acting dumb?" Now that she had the confidence, she would not be able to win if they really fought, but the gap was not as big as before. "Are you willing to be my host? I can increase your power infinitely." The spirit was silent for a long time before suddenly saying this. Thea was stunned. She actually thought about it. She had to admit that this was a very tempting offer. The spirit was limited by the strength of its host. The stronger the host, the more power it could unleash. If it chose Thea, who was half a level lower than it, as a host, it would be invincible. That would be practically invincible in the world. Their strengths were not added together, but multiplied together. By then, Darkseid and the Eclipse would not be a match at all. Thea's eyes were full of splendor. If she could merge with the spirit, she would not be afraid of Lucifer, the son of God. Unfortunately, the power did not belong to her. It belonged to God. Sia didn't have much ambition. She wouldn't stand on the road and shout, "Heaven doesn't cover my eyes, earth doesn't bury my heart." She just wanted to be herself. The road ahead was vast, but it was not a dead end. There was no need to walk the path of God. She sighed, her eyes full of regret. "I'm sorry, I just want to be myself. Let's talk about the heavenly eclipse." Ghost was still expressionless. He seemed to know that she would refuse, so he quickly changed the topic to Tian Shi. "How are you going to deal with him?" Thea really wanted to say, "You go up and fight while I take advantage of you from behind." However, she also knew that this was not appropriate. The spirit boss just didn't want to talk nonsense. She wasn't stupid. She had done a lot of homework in advance, but she still wanted to know what kind of existence the heavenly eclipse was. Does he have any weaknesses? Tian Sure is the vengeful spirit of God. He is my predecessor. In his current state, he cannot use his full strength. Seeing that Ghost was about to reveal something, Missy immediately asked, "Why?" His true body is still sealed in the heart of darkness. Who sealed it? God. Thea was instantly speechless. However, she also cursed in her heart. The boss was very powerful, but his sealing skills were probably not up to standard. The seal was so weak. How could this guy escape? Ghost continued, "The heavenly eclipse will invade the negative emotions of life. You have to be prepared." Thea expressed that this was not a problem. Heroes were all strong-willed. They ate, slept, and fought against negative emotions every day. If the heavenly eclipse only had this ability, he would not be far from death. Is the heart of darkness still there? Can we reseal it? Missy was too lazy to gnaw on a hard bone. This was not a game. There was no drop from the first kill. It was dangerous and tiring. She really did not want to fight. If they could reseal it, it would be much easier. However, she also knew that it was not that easy. Sure enough, Ghost spoke again. The heart of darkness is the heavenly eclipse. They are already one. Thea frowned. Did this guy mean that the seal would not work? The heavenly eclipse was sealed in the stone by Boss God. He could not escape, so he used a stupid method to turn the stone into a part of himself. She had to admit that this guy was very smart. What is the heart of darkness made of? Is there more in the universe? She continued to ask. How big of a deal is it? If it corrodes the small stone, we will find a bigger stone to seal it in. We will seal both the heavenly eclipse and the small stone together. If he continues to corrode, we'll just have to find an even bigger rock. We will have enough stones. Let's see who can outlast the other. Ghost's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The heart of darkness is a supreme creation. It will not be left in this world. I advise you to give up on this plan. As long as it is separated from the host and no life forms come into contact with it, it will be fine. Thea had reservations about his words. If it was really a special stone, how could it be corroded from the inside by the heavenly eclipse? Putting herself in his shoes, God was so busy. He probably did not care about the heavenly eclipse. He casually took a stone and sealed it. Done. Done. Ghost's plan was not a plan at all. Just separate the heavenly eclipse from the host and bury the heart of darkness in a hole. That was it? Whoever picked up the heart of darkness in the future would be unlucky. All the heroes gathered again and summoned great god Sia again. They formed a team and started fighting again. Fight every century until the end of the world. It had to be said that this cycle was too boring. She asked Ghost a few more questions, but he did not provide much information. However, Thea could tell that this guy had been fighting the heavenly eclipse for countless years. He won more than he lost. Ghost was very confident in the battle between the previous and the current. Thea felt that he had too few opponents of the same level. He had nothing better to do. After 100 years, he would turn a blind eye and let the heavenly eclipse possess him. After that, he would have his fun. She was relieved to leave the heavenly eclipse to Ghost. However, she estimated that the anti-supervisor would appear at the critical moment, so she had to find a helper. Parallel universe. According to the non-famous division, this should be Earth 10, which could also be called Earth X. Because Karl Air landed in Czechoslovakia, Germany won World War II, and history changed beyond recognition. However, in the mother box of the new gods, this was not the division. They had their own way of naming. Countless apocalypse demons descended on this universe. Because they were afraid of a certain big boss from Earth, they went around Earth and went far away. Pooh! The Great Plains wolf killed the resistance with an axe. He wiped the blood splattered on his face and enjoyed the enemy's hateful gaze. This was not because he was despicable. If he did not get scolded every day, he would feel uncomfortable. It was because the divine position required him to do so. Create hatred and absorb hatred. Hatred was the source of the Great Plains wolf's power. Chapter 954. The battle on Earth, the battle on the Apocalypse Star, the battle in Hell, and so on had caused the Wasteland Wolf's divine power to reach rock bottom. In order not to drag Nephew Gu down, or to prove that he was still useful, he seized every minute to stir up trouble. The more hatred he accumulated, the faster he recovered. The continuous battles gave him a vague understanding. He seemed to have touched the position of the god of fear very vaguely. In order to become stronger, he waved his big axe vigorously. He didn't need the help of the soldiers. He killed the people who resisted with his axe, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. He wiped the blood off his face. The bloody slaughter was very satisfying. It cleared his mind and restored his confidence. Apart from those cheats, he was still the wasteland wolf who dominated the world. He bent his knees slightly and held his axe with one hand. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched his chest. He howled to vent his frustrations. Ah! Cough, cough. Halfway through his shout, he saw a portal open beside him. A beautiful goddess dressed in black appeared beside him, looking at him curiously with her spirited eyes, as if he was a retard. The wasteland wolf felt his breath catch in his throat. He almost vomited blood. He wanted to turn around and curse, or even fight, but he didn't dare. He could only stay on guard with an ugly expression. By the way, are you practicing martial arts here? Thea looked at the corpses on the ground that the wasteland wolf chopped up like melons. These creatures were hairy and looked like spiders on Earth. However, they had 4 legs, long fangs, and hairy legs. They had nothing to do with beauty. She pursed her lips. With such ugly looks, the heroes on Earth probably wouldn't come here to seek justice. This world still cared about appearances. I have something to discuss with Darkseid. Help me ask him out. She sounded like she was talking about something trivial. The wasteland wolf didn't dare to agree on his boss's behalf, but he couldn't refuse. He could only say that he could pass the message. This was considered safe. Whether Darkseid agreed or not, she couldn't eat him. He wanted to know more. The goddess of death was willing to work with the evil lord. There must be a huge benefit behind this. Seeing that Thea didn't show any hostility, he quickly thought about it. He wanted to know more. What do you want to talk about? He asked in a strict manner. The anti-life equation. Thea's words were shocking. As the oldest new deity, the wasteland wolf's strength was a bit weak, but his knowledge was not ordinary. If it was a great warlock, the kindly grandmother and the others most likely wouldn't know what the anti-life equation was, but he knew. You actually know about this. Do you know where it is? He asked anxiously. Thea smiled faintly. Why? Do you want to snatch it too? Her words were vague, but the meaning behind them was the same. You're not worthy. The anti-life equation is also very useful to you, right? Why don't you keep it for yourself? The Great Plains wolf put himself in his shoes. If he knew this news, he would definitely snatch it without a second thought. Firstly, that thing is too dangerous. Secondly, it's too dark and doesn't fit my path. Sia was telling the truth. She really did not want to touch the anti-life equation. This was an ultimate power of destruction extracted from the depths of the anti-universe. If her death was mixed with it, then an earth-shattering dark demon that could destroy the multiverse would definitely rise. She had a clear understanding of what kind of power she could and could not take. She had already walked far enough down the path of darkness. If she was given the anti-life equation, her path would be dark all the way. In order not to lose herself, it was better to take back some of it. Her goal was to obtain the anti-life equation that was filled with positive energy. It was not easy to obtain the anti-life equation. Even if she obtained it, Darkseid was not compatible with it. The slightest mistake could lead to a tragedy. She would just let Uncle to study it. I know Darkseid is worried. Tell him we can meet in hell. Thea teleported away after she finished speaking. After learning this earth-shattering news that could change the balance of power in the multiverse, the Great Plains wolf could not be bothered to kill anyone. He excitedly opened the mother box and returned to Revelation Star. He was quite clear about his position, so he told Darkseid everything that had happened without missing a single word. The anti-life equation. Darkseid valued this news more than the Great Plains wolf expected. The evil lord revealed a thoughtful expression in front of his subordinate. Just like Thea, Darkseid had no room for improvement. He studied the experiences of his predecessors and compared them in an attempt to find his own path of development. In the original timeline, Darkseid had his eyes on the god of death, but he had not made any progress. In the end, he gritted his teeth and plotted to kill himself so that he could cultivate again and be resurrected. However, he had not made any progress. In this timeline, he would not do such a thing again. He did not have many choices, and the anti-life equation had always been at the top of his list. However, ordinary people had never heard of such a creation of the laws of the universe. There was also no forum specially designed for the big shots for them to communicate and consult, chat, and exchange what they needed. A few of the big shots were holed up in their own places. Who knew who had the life-reversing equation? Unless Darkseid was strong enough to subdue all 8 regions in the god's domain. Of course, this was impossible. Other things aside, he could not even defeat the supreme ruler of hell, Lucifer. He was no match for him. For the sake of the anti-life equation, he was prepared to attend the meeting. Your Majesty, the goddess thinks that the equation is very dangerous. Shouldn't you be more careful? The Great Plains wolf had calmed down. He looked at the anti-life equation with caution. He felt that his boss was a little reckless. Was power more important than life? Darkseid waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. Of course, he knew the danger. The two paths were completely different. The anti-life equation was suitable for the anti-watchers, so it was not suitable for him. However, he had no choice but to take a look at it first. However, there was no need to discuss this with his subordinates. He sent the Great Plains wolf to be the vanguard. He did not dare to go to a place like hell with his main body. Thea probably did not dare to go there either. Choosing to meet here was very suitable. Even if they did not come to an agreement, they would not fight. The boss of hell was too strong. The Great Plains wolf rushed to hell alone. This was an unofficial meeting between the bosses of hell and the Apocalypse Star, so they still had to keep it a secret. The aura of hell was chaotic, and the air was extremely hot. Even a new god like the Great Plains wolf felt uncomfortable here. According to their previous agreement, he crushed a talisman to inform the other party that he had arrived. Not long after, the blood-red portal opened, and an extremely gorgeous female demon walked out while stroking her hair coquettishly.